never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says China has to make a trade deal.
We're going to be very nice. They're going to be very nice.
Well, speaking for the White House, Trump says China needs to sell its goods to the U.S., and he's confident they will come to the bargaining table. Federal authorities are looking into a theft involving Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
It happened while Noem was out to dinner with her family on Sunday in Northwest D.C. A suspect wearing an N95 mask allegedly sat next to Noem's table and managed to slide her purse away with his foot before walking out of the restaurant. Among the items reportedly in the purse were several $1,000s in cash, Noem's DHS ID and access card, her credit cards, and her passport and driver's license. The D.C. Police Department was not initially notified about the theft, and reports indicate the Secret Service is now handling the investigation. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Harvard University is suing the Trump administration in an effort to block the government from freezing funding to the school.
The lawsuit, which was filed in a U.S. district court in Massachusetts against multiple federal agencies, is looking to block the administration from withholding funding for what it calls leverage to gain control of academic decision-making at Harvard. Earlier Monday, the Wall Street Journal reported that the Trump administration is planning to pull an additional $1 billion in funding from the university. The White House had previously said it was freezing over $2.2 billion in contracts and grants after failing to meet demands, including eliminating DEI programs. Meanwhile, the IRS is moving to take away the tax-exempt status from Harvard. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Vatican has announced plans for the funeral of Pope Francis.
The Pope will lie in state in St. Peter's Basilica starting Wednesday. The funeral will take place on Saturday. President Trump says he will be among the world leaders attending the service for the 88-year-old who died on Monday of a stroke that put him into a coma, which led to heart failure. After the funeral, Pope Francis will be entombed at the St. Mary Major Basilica in Rome, not at St. Peter's like many of his predecessors. I'm Rory O'Neill.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Sheriff's deputies raided a home in Oklahoma City earlier today and arrested a woman who allegedly sent fake legal documents to her boyfriend at the Oklahoma County Jail, which were soaked in illegal drugs.
The mail that was sent contained fentanyl and methamphetamine on the sheets, about 6 grams of it.
Investigator Gavin Field says Jennifer Goss and 2 other people inside the home were arrested. Deputies found drug residue, paraphernalia, and a meth lab inside that home. Inmates at the jail are provided scanned copies of all their mail, but legal documents are given directly to the inmate. New charges have been filed against a nurse accused of harming babies in a West Virginia hospital's neonatal intensive care unit.
The newest baby added to the case, bringing the total number of infants she is accused of abusing to 5. 26-year-old Aaron Strotman was initially arrested in January in Henrico after several babies suffered unexplained fractures, prompting the hospital to close its NICU. The new charges extend the window of alleged mistreatment by 2 years, with indictments involving 2 additional infants dating back to 2022. Strotman faces multiple counts related to the abuse of these infants, and the case is ongoing. I'm Katie Gray.
Instagram is launching a standalone video creation app.
Edits allows users to shoot and edit video using features like background replacement and automatic captioning. Instagram had announced Edits back in January. Its features are similar to TikTok's sister app CapCut. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
microphone. It is that time once again. And away we go. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A quiet night outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. A few clouds, 55 degrees at this hour. Not a bad night for trailer trucking for most of the country. But as forecasters had been advising for several days, there are clusters of showers and some rather intense thunderstorms impacting portions of the central USA. Some of these prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. So large hail and damaging straight-line winds is the bigger story. Some of these cells, I was just looking at the one in, from the National Weather Service in San Angelo. This is for Tom Green County in like west central Texas. This thunderstorm producing 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, according to trained spotters there. Other cells, looking at one here in portions of Iowa. Yes, central Marshall County. This is central Iowa. $50 size hail and strong straight-line winds. There's one with silver dollar size hail, and I think that was in Kansas. I pulled that one up here. Weather Service office in Wichita. Saline County, central Kansas. $50 size hail. Damage to vehicles expected. So these are just, again, isolated clusters of showers and thunderstorms. We don't have a large, well-defined area, but just some of these pop-up clusters. There's another that had been prompting warnings over in southeastern Louisiana, moving into southwestern portions of Mississippi. Looks like the intensity level on that's died down a bit. But as we kick off a brand new day, we're going to be rolling into Wednesday. What do we call that? Hump Day, as we refer to it. Rolling into midweek. Daily rounds of these thunderstorms will continue pretty much for the rest of the week for central portions of the country. One system after another is going to be kind of zipping right along from west to east across the country this week. There's plenty of moisture from the Gulf in place at this point in time. The good news is the forward speed of each system may prevent any widespread outbreak from occurring on any given day, but as they've been telling us, some places may be hit by storms several days in a row, 2 or 3 times this week. Looking at the overnight hours tonight, large hail, as we're seeing in some of these cells, some the size of baseballs is possible from the biggest thunderstorms. A few of the powerful updrafts from these thunderstorms that are able to support the weight of that large hail will actually reach the ground in the form of powerful wind gusts. I believe that's what we're seeing with the system we were just mentioning with 80-mile-per-hour winds there in central Texas. As we progress into midweek, the risk of severe storms begins to expand northward over the high plains. Some locally powerful thunderstorms, again, some packing large hail, high winds, and possibly a tornado, will extend from eastern New Mexico and western Texas northward all the way into central Nebraska. Looking on to Thursday, part of that same area affected by severe storms. Tuesday and Wednesday will be visited by more potent thunderstorms Thursday. Thursday looks like western Texas, extending to eastern Colorado and western Kansas once again, but also a bit further east into the central portions of Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. So when you see this repeated nature of storms over several days, obviously the risk of flash flooding increases with each area that's hit more than once per day. Friday, as we approach the end of the week, the risk of severe weather continues over portions of the plains, but extends hundreds of miles further to the east, now moving into portions of the Mississippi and Ohio valleys. This is again going to be a scenario where you have these pockets of potent storms with high winds and hail and possibly a few tornadoes, but not a well-defined, organized squall line that you would typically see. Much of that rain falling over the southern and central plains will be falling in areas where they can actually use some rainfall. Much of that should be absorbed by the dry ground conditions. Problems when it comes to flooding will become more common further to the east, where we've seen plenty of rain in recent days and weeks. Looks like additional thunderstorms will fire up over the central states coming up next weekend and even into next week. At this point in time, according to AccuWeather, it appears the greatest concentration of severe weather will be over the Great Plains, looking all the way to Monday of next week. Monday afternoon and Monday night, the focus begins to shift to the central and northern plains, but well away from the Rockies at that point in time. Meanwhile, looking at the radar, we don't see nary a speck of precipitation showing up in the Florida Peninsula. Some of our friends down there have been telling us for several weeks we could use some rain. You continue to see surging temperatures, the ongoing dry conditions across much of Florida, raising the risk of wildfires this week. April, oftentimes a great month to enjoy comfortable temperatures, moderate humidity, and little risk of thunderstorm activity. This week, however, while the humidity levels will be rather low, thunderstorms will be very scarce, and temperatures are going to continue to climb above average, generally 4 to 8 degrees warmer than typically would be this time of year. That translates to widespread highs, middle 80s and lower 90s this week. While most areas are not likely to see record highs, some areas may come within a few degrees of records. You combine the intense late April sunshine, the heat indices are going to approach the mid-90s to near 100 for a time in the afternoon hours. Now, that can pose some health risk for those not used to the heat. As we're coming out of the winter season here, even seasoned Florida residents are being encouraged to stay hydrated. But much of the state has seen below average rainfall for this time of year. Of the approximately 2.5 inches of rain Orlando typically receives in the month of April, they've seen less than a half an inch. 0.4 of an inch is all they've seen. The dryness extends well through the start of the year for places like Orlando and many others. Use caution when you're outdoors using power equipment, any sort of open flames, anything that may produce a spark. As long as precautions are taken regarding heat exhaustion and outdoor fire safety, it should be an ideal week for headed to the beach or the golf course or some of the theme parks there in Central Florida. As we roll into May, the likelihood of thunderstorms typically increases as the humidity levels continue to climb there, but it has been very dry in the Sunshine State. Speaking of, hello to Captain Ron. Where are we at this evening? Captain Ron checking in, 72 degrees at this hour, rolling by Lake City, Florida. Good night for trailer trucking, he says. Semper Fi to Knucklebuster and Truck and Phil, all the other crayon eaters out there. There you go. Hello to Marianne. She was first out of the box here, rolling up on the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Good morning, Steve-O. Happy Hump Day. Tank says, well, for him, it's the greatest day of the week because it's like his Friday. 61 degrees in Casablanca, New Mexico. If everything goes right, we'll be back at the farm later on this evening. All right, safe travels there. The final leg of the journey, correct? There's another of our Florida friends, Jeffrey. Good morning, Steve. The overnight family ready for another spectacular show. Nothing else would be acceptable. We'll see if we can live up to that. All right, Jerry, good morning. Everyone listening to the Overnight Drive brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Beautiful day here in Kokomo, Indiana. Looks like a beautiful day as well coming up here for midweek. Thank you to all of you running up and down the road so we can have what we need. And please tell them you love them every chance you get. Tomorrow is not promised. All right, what do you say, Rubber Duck Mishawaka? Wow, what a day. Loaded without my pants. and nobody called the cops on me. Okay? What's going on there, Rubber Duck? Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down all. Be safe out there. Who else we got on board? Hello to Jason. Good evening. Passing through Iowa City, Iowa. 62 degrees. He referenced heat lightning, which technically that means there's thunderstorms somewhere off in the distance. It's kind of like a myth about the heat lightning thing. Yeah, those lightning strikes could be many, many miles away. And we've got some of those severe thunderstorms that have been impacting portions of Iowa tonight. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. We're at 55 degrees at this hour. Uncle Chops is on board. Howdy, listeners of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Everybody be safe out there. All right, let's head on out to Kansas. Hello to Norman. Checking in from north central Kansas tonight. 65 degrees. Clear skies headed for Wichita with the Big Tipper tonight. Been off duty for a week now, but it's back to work. It looks like I missed out on the bad weather. Well, that's a good thing, right? Everybody have a great morning. Hello, Roy, checking in from northwest Illinois. 58 degrees at this hour. The boss man. There he is, the boss man, checking in from the farm in Springfield, Illinois tonight. Buckeye Boy checks in from Pine Mountain, Georgia, 66 degrees. Rained off and on earlier, about 6 in the evening. We're all here now. Some of us having adult beverages. We're playing euchre at this hour. My buddy Trentley Tridright and his son playing, and some of his friends as well. We start golf on Wednesday, the day ahead. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, enjoy the time with your friends there. Good luck in your golf. Is this going to be how much money we wagering on these rounds of golf there, Buckeye Boy? All right, Gilligan kicking off his week. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, partly cloudy, 58 degrees. Christiansburg Mountain tonight. Keep it shiny side up. Here we go. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Plenty to cover when it comes to industry headlines here this Tuesday night into a Wednesday morning. We'll get to some of those coming up. We had actually back-to-back days with tractor-trailer incidents involving major fires. We'll start with Yeah, 24 hours ago, I-65 there in Indiana was shut down through the night. The southbound side was closed through the overnight hours for the emergency asphalt replacement to repair the 7,700 square feet of asphalt, 4 inches deep, 6 inches in some spots, they say, that was damaged by that inferno there. It was about 5:15 this past morning that they did finally get 65 reopened there. Repairs completed by the construction company Reith Riley. All right, meanwhile, it was the prior day in Virginia where police were still investigating a semi-truck tire blowout crash that caused a large fire and a road closure there Easter weekend. The incident happened on the 19th, about 4 in the afternoon, Interstate 81 in Shenandoah County, Virginia. According to 29 News, a 2025 brand new Peterbilt was headed north on 81 when it blew a tire. Then veering into a guardrail where it jackknifed, catching fire. The 42-year-old truck driver was seriously injured in the crash, transported to a nearby hospital. Injuries, they say, not considered life-threatening. Investigators say he was wearing a seatbelt at the time of the tire blowout. But the fire caused by the semi-truck tire blowout shutting down Interstate 81 for several hours as crews worked to extinguish the fire, clear the wreckage there. Again, as of this past day, Tuesday, the 22nd, state police were still conducting an investigation into the incident there. But, boy, I think in a brand new truck, 2025, I don't know, probably wouldn't have that many miles, I would think, on those tires at that point. I guess you can have a tire blowout anytime. Hello to the Carolina Monkey Gouger.
Well, Steve, how the hell are you tonight?
Another day, another dollar. Hump day's here, though, midweek.
Yeah, that's good. Well, I'm going to tell you something. Earlier tonight, I got well, let's just say I almost needed to go to Walmart buy some new underwear.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Well, over there where I was unloading that ain't a very good place. It ain't very lit up very well. It's down there in Hobo City, down there in them railroad yard down there at Fort Worth, and warehouses, old warehouses and stuff. And I got out the truck, and with that I shut the left door, and I'm looking around, just seeing what, make sure there ain't nobody trying to creep up on me. Mm-hmm. Shut the right door, and something stick me in the back and says, "Hey, white boy, give me your money." I said, "Oh, no." And so I reached back there in my back pocket, I go, I'm going to give him my money. Mm-hmm. About the time that I put my billfold out, he went to laughing, and I turned around, and it was Biscuit. I ain't seen Biscuit in 25 years.
Wow.
I mean, I thought Biscuit was dead. Biscuit, 78 years old, is still trucking. And he said, "I got you." I said, "Yeah, you got me." And we sat there and talked for a good little while there about stuff, and he says, I didn't really want to do that. I said, "Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. It's just in you to mess with me. As always, ever since I met you, it was your job to mess with me." So, anyway, I mean, and it got me to thinking. When you get to thinking about things, you say, "Well, I ain't seen so-and-so and so-and-so," and it was just last week I was thinking about Biscuit.
Really?
Because old Biscuit, Biscuit, man, Biscuit was he was a dude, man. I mean, that joker, he had it going on. And he was just a character, but anyway, I was glad to see Biscuit. He told me he's retired at the end of the year, and I said, "Well, I'm going to beat you. I'm retiring in June." But we had a good little conversation there. But Steve, I hear Buckeye Boy talking about that golf. Did you see the video of the golf match in Canada last night?
That I did not. No, what happened?
Well, I don't know exactly what happened, but anyway, it must have been Easter when this took place because it was on there. So anyway, I reckon this guy drove into this crowd. You know, he couldn't wait and rushed them up, and when they got up there, Bubba, they went and duking it out, and I mean, they went to knocking the hell out of one another. Oh, there was this older guy there, this old fat guy. He was trying to bully everybody. And there was this younger, well, I wouldn't say younger. They just say he was in better shape. He might have been the same age, that old fat guy. He tore his ass out the frame, boy. Blooded his nose, probably knocked some of his teeth out. No, look at here, boy. and then one of them people promoted at the West Indies, one of them Indians, he gonna play Billy Badass and jump on that guy that was doing the ass cut, and he got his ass cut.
Wow.
I said, look at here, boy, this old man here, he must have been a Marine or something, because he ain't taking no junk off of nobody, but you got to look that up. It's the fight at the Canadian Golf Club.
Golf is supposed to be the kind of sport. You don't do those sort of things, right? It's be quiet on the course. We have to pause there. Be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A jury has returned a verdict in the murder conspiracy trial of Doomsday Mom Lori Vallow Daybell in Phoenix.
We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, guilty.
Vallow Daybell conspired to kill her fourth husband in 2019 with the help of her brother and had already been convicted in Idaho in 2023 for murdering her two young children, as well as conspiring to murder her husband, Chad Daybell's first wife. The White House says it has more than a dozen trade proposals on paper that have been brought by other nations.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters President Trump said the U.S. is doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. She noted trade officials will meet with almost 36 countries this week. Leavitt said the administration is moving at Trump's speed to ensure the deals get done. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, kicking off a brand new day. Good to have you on board. We'll work our way from time zone to time zone here into the 23rd day of April. Yes, as Norman says, Hope Day. Hello to Billy Bob from Sulphur, Louisiana. 73 degrees at this hour. Sunshine checking in. Good morning, Steve. Sunshine here in Wilmington, Ohio. 59 at this hour. All right. Good to have you on board. There's Timothy. 57, Rocky Mount, Virginia. All right, back to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. You're talking extracurricular activities on the golf course there. That's crazy.
Hey, did you see the video while you went out there and smoked a cigarette? You ain't looked no video.
I didn't pull it up yet.
I'll tell you something, man. I said, Lord, look at this here, boy. People just can't behave themselves. But last week, the Monkey Gouger team put another shellacking on them big shoots from Sumter. Did you see it on Facebook?
I don't believe I did.
Well, that Southside Sumter golf match has got to be pretty much a who's who of Sumter, right?
Okay.
Now I want you to think about this. My team consists of a one-armed man, 67 years old, my brother-in-law, who is 75, my nephew, who is about, I think little Steve's about 35, and his son, Thomas, is probably 18. And so, the last 2 years, we shellacked them boys. I mean, we administered them an ass cutting.
Okay.
And so, when we come up, we played golf the whole week out there on that golf course, just us four. Played the captain's choice, who was going to do what was going to happen, And when we got to the golf course, one of the local Sumter big shoots got out and picked up, and he said, "Are y'all going to cheat again today?" I said, "I'll tell you what, Hoss." I said, "You always running around here running your damn mouth about somebody cheating or something." I said, "I'll tell you what we're going to do." I said, "I'm going to tie one hand behind your back, and we're going to play off them ladies' tees where I play off of because I'm handicapped. I'll play you for $1,000 a hole." He said, "Well, that ain't fair. You've been playing golf all your life with one hand." I said, "Well, You know, you saying I'm cheating? I said, so put your money where your mouth is, right?
Right.
Well, it pissed us off. We did shellac them again. Because it was 16 under. Closest team to us was 11. I mean, buddy, we administered them a good butt cut.
That's great.
And so anyway, he was up there protesting. Now, I'll tell you, you talk about golf is supposed to be, you know, mild and mannered and stuff. He's up there protesting a damn handicapped man. That's the kind of asshole that he is.
Wow.
And things, I'll tell you what, things got a little heated there for a minute. And then they come over there and grab me around the neck, told me, said, you shut up right now and don't say another word. So, you know, they told him, they said, well, where's his handicap from? His handicap is off the front tee. So that's where he's always played from ever since he played golf. He's played off the front tee. So that shut him up. But, yeah, I tell you, these golf matches is getting out of hand a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah. I did a little search there, and I'm looking at some of the headlines. I mean, I guess that video has gone viral. Toronto Sun says golfer suffers broken jaw after wild brawl breaks out at British Columbia golf course. Yahoo Sports, wild golf brawl erupts over slow play. So I guess the people out front weren't moving fast enough for I guess that would be the more experienced golfers.
Right.
Well, that was ugly, Gouger. Wow.
Tell me that one old dude in there, he must have been a boxer sucker, boy, he was tearing ass up. Now, I ain't lying to you now. He was playing. But, anyway, Steve, before I get off of here, I want to remind everybody, please, we got the attention of the American public. We've got their attention. Even you people that sit on the sidelines, you know, you might not be a vote. Call your congressman and get behind this deal on this foreign truck deal, and let's get this thing over the finish line. And also be sure and throw up the part about truck parking. So, see, we'll call you a little later on because we're going to be up burning the midnight oil tonight. It's going to be another long night. So.
All right. Well,
look at man, it's good talking to you.
That's what we're here for. Keep you rolling through the night, right? So, yeah, chime on in at 844-844-3388. A week or so ago, I had been sharing some of the stories about Southwest Airlines. Things had changed dramatically there, and they're making a lot of changes that dedicated fans of Southwest are not happy with. No more free checked bags and things like that. Our aviation expert, Jay Ratliff, made a little post this past day stating Southwest Airlines lays off 1,750 employees. In 50-plus years, not one person let go until today. He highlights, when you change what you do great, well, you see the result. Bam. Now, he says, lest anyone try to use this post as an opportunity to try and make some political comment, I will say this has nothing to do with tariffs. Southwest Airlines changed their management philosophy 10-plus years ago and drifted far away from what they once did great, and that series of decisions has placed them in a very bad spot. As typically happens, employees pay the price for stupid management decisions that blow up in the face of management. It is truly a sad, sad day for a formerly great airline. Yeah, wow. 844-844-3388. On to some of the industry headlines this morning. Let's start in the state of Nevada. Yeah, the update from Landline this past day. Yeah, they did highlight an editor's note right at the start of the story because yesterday there was a vote that took place. The Nevada Senate advancing a bill, very close. It was a vote of 11-10 this past day. So we'll continue to follow this bill. We're talking about the crossover deadline at the Nevada State House was Tuesday, April 22nd, at which time this bill would either advance or die. Well, we now know it advanced. This means the fate of a bad bill to double the minimum liability insurance requirements for Nevada truckers will soon be decided. Nevada law requires $750,000 minimum liability insurance for affected truck drivers. This bill under consideration on the Senate floor would increase that liability insurance minimum for a Nevada-based truck driver to $1 million for the first year. Another increase slated for January of 2028 would raise the minimum to $1.25 million by January of 2030. 5 years from now, the final increase would raise the minimum to $1.5 million. During a recent Senate Growth and Infrastructure Committee hearing, Nevada's Trucking Association president told lawmakers this bill, Senate Bill 180, misses the mark. While the intent may be to enhance financial responsibility, the data and practical implications reveal this measure will be arbitrary and burdensome overreach that will harm Nevada small businesses and the trucking industry without clear justification. This was in submitted testimony. Instead, he says any change in liability requirements for commercial vehicles should be decided by the federal government. It was earlier this month, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association issued that call to action to their members in Nevada about the bill, stating that any increase in minimum insurance requirements is wholly unnecessary. It would do nothing to improve highway safety, would needlessly jeopardize countless blue-collar jobs and destroy more small and family-owned businesses. Now, trucking groups are not the only ones voicing concerns about this legislation. The American Property Casualty Insurance Association also opposes the bill, stating Senate Bill 180 would require freight motor carriers to carry twice the insurance limits currently required in federal regulations for general freight motor carriers. This increase would make it very difficult for truckers in Nevada to get insurance. He added that most insurers will not write coverage exceeding $1 million. In practice, this legislation would require truckers to get two separate policies to get to $1.5 million. Now, in the committee, Senator Ira Hansen of Sparks, Nevada, said he was going to vote no on the bill, citing the excessive insurance amount it would require, stating the federal government only requires $750,000. There's only one state that actually goes anywhere close to Senate Bill 180. I think our current policies are fine. I think we're trying to solve a problem that does not exist here. But again, that original story published before that vote this past day, which indeed keeps the legislation alive, coming out of committee, I guess now goes before the full Senate. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Alrighty, next on the list, it's on to the state of California, where another piece of legislation, Assembly Bill 33, also passed through the state's Committee on Transportation following a hearing and testimony this past day. Assembly Bill 33 would require a trained human operator in any autonomous vehicles, any vehicles being used to deliver commercial goods directly to residences or businesses. California Teamsters, they say, are celebrating the bill's latest move toward approval and calling on all state lawmakers to support this legislation. It's obvious what's driving this investment in artificial vehicle technology, autonomous vehicle, is the desire to increase profits at the expense of public safety and middle-class careers. The statement from Teamsters Western Region International Vice President of Joint Council 7. Lawmakers have a duty to protect Californians from the chaotic instability that big tech unleashes on society and the common sense guardrails that this legislation implements would go a long way toward fulfilling that obligation. According to the April 22nd statement from the Teamsters, the push for passage of the bill comes on the heels of a poll conducted by Tolchin Research, published in January, that shows California voters overwhelmingly support efforts to regulate driverless cars and trucks, as well as artificial intelligence. Previous efforts to regulate driverless vehicles in California have received broad support from voters and lawmakers from both sides of the aisle. Now, Silicon Valley might not be concerned with the fate of millions of people who could lose jobs to automation, but everyone else is, according to the Teamsters International Vice President at Large, President of Joint Council 42. Autonomous vehicle regulation is popular because people understand the risk. This is about protecting jobs and preventing billionaires from steamrolling an entire workforce in their reckless push for profit. Now, Teamsters Local 150 member testified at the committee hearing, stating, "The route I drive for work is the same community where I live and where I'm raising my son. This bill would protect workers in the supply chain like me, out of recognition of the need for good jobs and public safety." So that's one step further forward toward approval in California. No word on, say, what the governor's stance on that would be. Would he sign the bill or possibly veto the legislation? That I do not have any details. Meanwhile, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Pope Francis will be laid to rest Saturday after lying in state for 3 days in St. Peter's Basilica, where the faithful are expected to flock to pay their respects to history's first Latin American pontiff. The cardinals met this past day in the Vatican's Synod Hall, charting the next steps forward before the conclave begins to choose a successor. Condolences continue to pour in from around the world. According to current norms, the conclave must begin somewhere between May 5th and May the 10th. The cardinals set the funeral for Saturday at 10 a.m. in St. Peter's Square, to be celebrated by the Dean of the College of Cardinals, Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re. President Trump has said he and First Lady Melania plan to attend the funeral. The Argentinian Pope died Monday, 88 years old, of course, as we now know. His Easter appearance from the same place where he was introduced to the world in March of 2013, kind of a fitting bookend to a 12-year papacy that looked to shape up the church and return it to its gospel-mandated mission of caring for the poorest. While the ordinary faithful will have an opportunity to pay their respects starting today, they tell us, Vatican officials were allowed to say their goodbyes actually starting Monday evening. Speaking to reporters after she paid her respects, marveling at his final Easter salute to his flock, the Italian Cardinal Gianfranco Ravasi said it was especially Francis's effort to promote the role of women in the church that's going to be one of his greatest legacies. He wanted to be buried under the shadow of a woman, in this case, Maria, he says. The Vatican's culture minister, as he arrived for Tuesday's first meetings of cardinals, he said that's significant. His desire for the church to do more for women. All right, in his final will, he stated he wanted to be buried at St. Mary Major Basilica, which is home to the Salus Populi Romani icon of Mary. Before and after every foreign trip, Francis would go to the basilica to pray before the Byzantine-style painting that features the image of Mary, draped in a blue robe holding the infant Jesus, who in turn holds the jeweled golden book. All right, so around the world, condolences continue to come in, but many will be gathering timing-wise. When they say 10 a.m., what time's that going to be here in the USA? I have to do some checking on that. All right, meanwhile, let's get a traffic report. Who we got? Junior on the line, I do believe. What's happening, Junior?
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
Hey, Steve. 70 West in Ohio, right there at the state line of Indiana, Richmond. There's a 5-mile backup. Looks like they've been there a while. Everybody's got their lights out. They got 2 trucks on top of the bridge. Got together, I guess it looks like. So, better get off the exit. I don't know why they're not getting off get off ramp for 40 there at Richmond, but they're just all sitting there. But You got to take exit 10 in Ohio and get off, go over, hit 40. At 40, you get right back on the highway.
Okay.
But, man, it's a 5-mile backup.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Yeah. So, like I said, they're trying at the ramp of the state line to get on 40, but they're not. I didn't see nobody getting off. So, I don't know what's going on there. I guess maybe they all want to sit there.
Well, I can't help but wonder if maybe is the ramp blocked in some way or something, not letting them off, or
No, the wreck's right on top of the bridge going over 40.
Huh. Okay.
So the two trucks are right on top of 40 before you get to the ramp. So I don't know. I couldn't see there was going to be much traffic, but it's going to be a mess out here this summer. Construction going on in Richmond.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate the heads up there, Junior. So that's a mess. Yeah. Some folks are going to have a long night setting in traffic, right? All right. We'll get our news break here. Closing out hour number 1. And hello from Bob in Michigan this morning. Dirty Harry checks in as well. Good morning, Steve. Just want to say hello. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Lori Vallow Daybell has been found guilty in her murder conspiracy trial in Phoenix. The so-called Doomsday Mom conspired to kill her 4th husband in 2019 with the help of her brother. Vallow Daybell was already convicted in Idaho in 2023 of murdering her 2 young children and conspiring to murder her husband, Chad Daybell's first wife. A judge is blocking efforts from the Trump administration to shut down government-funded radio broadcasts.
A district judge on Tuesday said the White House must take all necessary steps to restore employees and contractors to their positions and resume broadcasts. It comes after 6 different lawsuits were filed from people impacted by the shutdown of the U.S. Agency for Global Media. The agency placed over 1,000 people on leave after shutting down broadcasts last month. I'm Brian Shook.
Walgreens is agreeing to pay up to $350 million to resolve allegations that the pharmacy chain illegally filled millions of invalid prescriptions.
The government filed a complaint in federal court claiming from August 2012 through March 2023, Walgreens knowingly filed millions of unlawful controlled substance prescriptions. These included prescriptions for excessive quantities of opioids. The complaint also accuses Walgreens of pressuring its pharmacists to fill prescriptions quickly and without taking the time needed to confirm that each prescription was lawful. I'm Michael Kastner.
Justice Samuel Alito spoke out against his Supreme Court colleagues for ruling which temporarily halts deportation flights under the Alien Enemies Act.
Alito sent out his dissent after the High Court agreed to block any additional flights which would deport illegal aliens to a prison in El Salvador. Alito said the court issued unprecedented and legally questionable relief without giving lower courts a chance to rule, without hearing from the opposing party, as well as not providing any explanation. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The funeral for Pope Francis is scheduled for Saturday. As the online tributes continue, the amount of Pope swag is growing as well.
The number of items bearing the Pope's likeness are for sale. Holy oil said to be blessed by Francis is listed at $46. Other memorabilia includes rosaries, posters, bobbleheads, and mugs, bumper stickers, socks. With close to 1.5 billion people claiming to be Catholic worldwide, there are plenty of shoppers. As the Pope said back in 2013, who am I to judge? I'm Monica Nelson.
A South Carolina mass shooter is trying to have his death penalty overturned.
Attorneys for Dylan Roof, the man convicted of the 2015 Charleston church shooting for killing 9 black church members, have filed a motion to vacate his death sentence. They are citing 18 claims, including alleged violation of Roof's 5th and 6th Amendment rights. The motion requests a new penalty phase, arguing that Roof's trial counsel was ineffective and the judge showed bias. The Supreme Court previously rejected Roof's appeal to overturn his death sentence and conviction in 2022. I'm Thomas Cage.
Mississippi has taken the title of worst state for children's health care.
Finance website Wallet Hub recently compared all 50 states to determine which was the best for keeping kids healthy. The study looked at how many pediatricians and family doctors were available in each state and how many youth were in excellent health. Mississippi was ranked last on the list, followed by Texas and Wyoming. Massachusetts took the top spot on the list, followed by Rhode Island. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
here we go. Welcome back. Welcome aboard for those just joining us as we kick off a brand new day from time zone to time zone. Wednesday coming on. Yeah, hump day. Hey, Mike. All right, we're going to get to part-time. Got you coming up here. Senor Heatwave is on board. I see the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Guess she's got some weather information. What you got there, Gouger?
Hey, Steve, what do you see a while ago when you was talking about this weather in Texas down there around Tom Green County?
Mm-hmm.
But, man, we got a thunderstorm up here in front of us around. It looks like it's around Vernon, Texas, up toward Quanah, moving over toward Altus, Oklahoma. And, I mean, the wind is blowing and the lightning is vicious.
Right. There's a number of counties there. North Central Texas, yeah, they got Knox County, Wilbarger County, Baylor County, several others in the mix there. Yeah, they're talking ping-pong size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So, yeah, in some areas, quarter-size hail. So, big-time thunderstorms.
I'll tell you what, it's rough. I'm trying to find me a place to hide for a little while, let this one move on out of here. But anybody coming south on 287 out of Amarillo, y'all might want to hold up for a little bit, because this is the real deal right now.
Yep.
It's bad.
Yep. And like I said, it's these individual cells. I mean, it's not a widespread area, but these, I guess they call them supercells, Gouger, supercells, and they're producing some big-time hail.
Right. Well, look here, Steve. Thank you for letting me get back in. I believe we're going to try and take one of these little hole-in-the-wall truck stops I can find. I'm going to pull in and kind of set this thing out for a little bit and see what's going to happen.
Let the ugly head on off to the east. That is correct. Yeah, numerous. North Central Texas, there's another warned cell further like into Central Texas. Yeah, there's one warned cell at North Central Mississippi there. You got one in central portions of Iowa. Just these isolated cells, but they are indeed producing strong winds and big-time hail. Part-time, what's happening out there?
What's going on, Steve?
Ready for another day, that's all I can say.
Yeah, I've been aiming to call you ever since the truck show and tell you it was fine to meet you there. Get to shake your hand.
Yeah, finally, right?
Yeah, I was glad I got to be in there, get to come and see everything. And that's a good show.
Uh-huh.
They stuck me on that solar-powered gig the day after the truck show, so I ain't been able to listen or call in or nothing.
Ah, okay.
I finally snuck out on them tonight and got out early so I could listen and give you a call and tell you it's good to meet you and finally put a face to the name and every stuff.
Yeah. So everything going all right out there? Meanwhile,
yeah, it's going pretty good. They changed my loads. I ain't running up to Toledo no more. I get to go down here to God's country in Tennessee again. And speaking of that, anybody coming into Nashville on 65 at about the 96 mile marker to the 93 going north and south, they got the left lane is the only one open. The right lanes are closed. They're doing some paving work.
Gotcha. It's the barrel season.
Oh yeah, it's everywhere. You can't run a road in Indiana that don't have construction on it.
Wow.
But that's about all I got for the evening. I just wanted to say it was nice to finally get to shake your hand and say hey.
All right. Well, yeah, thank you for stopping by to say hello there, and good to have you with us tonight anyway. Safe travels, part-time, yep. Always good to meet new friends there at the truck show. Real quick, I mean, we were talking about the funeral for the Pope coming up this weekend. They kind of point out after the funeral, there are 9 days of official mourning. During that period, all the cardinals arrive in Rome, and they will meet privately before the actual conclave gets underway to give everyone time to assemble. The conclave, as they call it, must begin 15 to 20 days after the vacant see, as they call it. The vacant see is declared. It can actually start sooner if the cardinals agree. Once the conclave begins, that's where the cardinals will vote in secret sessions in the Sistine Chapel. After each voting session, the ballots are burned in a special stove. Black smoke indicates that no pope has been elected. When you see the white smoke, that indicates the cardinals have indeed chosen the next head of the Catholic Church. The one who has secured 2/3 of the votes wins. If he accepts, his election is announced by a cardinal from the Loggia of St. Peter's Basilica, who tells the world, we have a pope. Of course, they'll be speaking in Latin. We have a pope. All right, rolling up on 13 past the hour. What do we have going on out there? It's 844-844-3388. Updates on tariff negotiations. Let's share a little bit of this real quick. Like it's every day, if you've been kind of watching your 401k on a daily basis, it's been maddening. We started off the week Monday with another bad day. Dow was down, 900 points or some. Tuesday, the Dow's up 1,000, recovering from all the Monday losses because, as I anticipated, as each country comes to a resolution when it comes to tariffs, things begin to become a bit more clear as to what's going to be happening, the impact on global trade. China has been the biggest deterrent to the stock market today, but the White House this past day, Tuesday, said they are progressing on potential trade agreements with China and that they've received 18 trade proposals from other countries and that a total of 100 nations are now seeking to reach a deal with the U.S. Now, this is all taking place during that 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs against the foreign imports, with the exception of China, of course, giving all these other nations a chance to negotiate deals to avert additional levies. Monday, Vice President J.D. Vance reportedly said the U.S. and India has agreed to a roadmap for a trade agreement. The United States and Japan also reportedly close to an interim trade deal. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt told reporters this past day that she spoke earlier in the day with the administration's trade team, including the Commerce Secretary, Treasury Secretary, National Economic Council Director, U.S. Trade Representatives, and Peter Navarro, Trump's senior advisor for trade and manufacturing. There is a lot of progress being made, she says. During the press conference, we have now 18 proposals on paper that have been brought to the trade team. Again, these are proposals on paper that countries have proposed to the Trump administration and our government. So you have the Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Ambassador Greer, the NEC Director Hassett, and Peter Navarro, the entire trade team meeting with 34 countries this week alone. We are moving at Trump speed to ensure these deals are made on behalf of the American worker and the American people. Now, she did not offer details of the 18 nations that have offered deals, but did provide an update on negotiations with China. Of course, them being hit by 145% tariffs. She said, I asked the president about this before coming out here. He wanted me to share with all of you that we're doing well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. Now, there have been no direct talks between President Trump and China's President Xi Jinping. As I mentioned, there have been 18 proposals and now more than 100 countries around the world wanting to make a deal. So we feel everyone involved wants to see a trade deal happen. The ball is moving in the right direction. She bemoaned what little attention was given to the framework reached between the U.S. and India during J.D. Vance's trip to New Delhi to meet with their prime minister. And just yesterday, it seemed to get a little lost in the news, which I think is a disservice to the American public that it did. The vice president announced terms of reference for a trade deal with India. That's a big deal. Yet we know when we look at the numbers, the monetary trade barrier and the monetary trade barriers from India, they have been ripping off the U.S. and the American workers for a long time. So the fact that the vice president, meeting with the prime minister there on that trip, announcing these terms of reference, which is essentially a framework to move the ball forward, to sign a good deal, that's great progress. It speaks to the work ethic and the real labor that's being put into this effort by our entire trade team. But for whatever reason, anything that seems to be positive, can anyone figure out why the mainstream wants to bury that? Right? Senor Heatwave, good morning.
Good morning, senor. Good night. What the hell? Oh, I got a bunch of smoke and red lights and four-way flashers. Good Lord. Today is Tuesday, right?
Well, for you, at least for another hour or so, it's a hump day.
Sure feels like Monday to me. Good night. Oh, Lordy. Get a trailer, have to break the set, got a light out, got to get it fixed, got to get another trailer, got to get it hooked up.
What a way to start the week.
Yeah, I know. Well, the good news is I will be running team here. Jeez. Oh, this must have been the accident. Okay. Boy, that is bad. Anyone here going 25 north of Denver, here at the 229 mile marker, there is a pickup that just absolutely hit the wall, and that must have been just now. Whoosh, Lordy. So, anyways, okay, where was I? Oh, yeah, I will be running team starting Monday. I don't know if I'm heading out early a.m. or late p.m., but, yeah, I was talking to a terminal manager today, and he says, yep, everything's set, ready to go. We're just looking for a new truck. And says you'll be taking the spare truck, and once we get the new truck, you're in that. I said, good. That way I don't have to worry about anyone taking my tractor that was assigned to me.
There you go.
So that's good. Yeah. Al Jazeera English had the video of the Pope lying in state. Well, I tell you what, that body just does not look like the Pope. I mean, it's just sad. Well, I'm sure the Muzzies are really happy. It's like, oh, there's a dead Christian. You know, there goes one of those bad people. Now, I was never a big fan of this particular Pope. You know, Pope Emeritus, okay, not a problem. But this one here, no. He was shooting from the hip, whatever he thought was right. He didn't go by the book, or he didn't even come close to going by the book, as far as I'm concerned. You know, being the socialist that he was, you know, he wants to spend everyone else's money on the poor, but not that of the church there. And he didn't want anyone, you know, building walls. But what goes around Vatican City?
Walls.
It's a pretty good sized wall. Yep. You know, saying, you know, people have rights going into another country. Yeah, you have the right to go in the right way, not just stealing a cross, you know. And then you're talking about, well, you know, Jesus and Mary and Joseph had to go to Egypt. You know, it's like, well, yeah. Back then, you really didn't much care who came in because you already had your guards there along the, well, they call them highways, but I mean, they were just paths that everybody took. So, yeah, it's not as simple as it was back then. And I mean, by simple, you know, the bureaucracy wasn't there. I mean, there was some, but not like it is now. You know, everyone's griping and complaining, well, Elon's not an elected official. Well, neither is over 75% of the idiots there in Washington, D.C.
Yep.
So, you know, why are they making the rules and you're okay with that? But Elon's checking for, you know, spending, and y'all are griping and bitching and moaning and groaning about that. Well, you know, you were talking about the Cardinals getting into the enclaves and making decisions about who, where, what, and why. Well, you know, even in the church, that is a very political group. I mean, there's going to be deals struck. I mean, it's going to make politicians around the world just giddy with joy seeing just what kind of politics goes on with the church. So, you know, I'm not happy that he died, but then again, I'm not really crying my eyes out because he did. I'm looking forward to the change. And I did ask you a couple of months ago, is it wrong that, you know, I'm not one way or the other about the Pope when he was living? And am I wrong to, you know, to not really care that he's gone and looking forward to the next Pope? Some people may say, yeah, but for me and my beliefs in the church, yeah, part of the reason why I don't go as a practicing Catholic is because of his policies. And of course, there's something happened when I was first in the Air Force, but that's another story.
So right now, the big question is, and this is what many, you know, I've got numerous. I live in a very Catholic neighborhood, and I was talking to some of my neighbors, and yeah, he was pointing out to me that there are many in the church that did not like his policies. He had more of a kind of a liberal. Is the next pope? Are they going to elect someone to follow in his footsteps and continue that direction, or will they go back to the more traditionalists that many in the church would rather see the direction going?
I would rather just see one that is MTR, middle of the road, not too far to the left, not too far to the right. But yeah, I'm hoping someone that'll be a little more to the right of what this cat was. I just, yeah. Needless to say, I'm just not real happy with the way the church has been going. And so, but I don't know. It seemed like the kids loved him. You know, he was all for, you know, accessibility, I guess, to the kids. And you know, if he wanted to live the life that he lived, you know, of a, I won't say a vagabond, but you know, I won't say cheap either. I just don't know what else to call it. You know, frugal. There you go. That's fine. That's fine. But I mean, he shouldn't have, you know, said what he said about the alphabet community or the gays and whatnot being accepted. I mean, that goes directly against the Old Testament. So, yeah, I'm just, I shouldn't say I'm glad he's gone, but I'm glad there's something going to happen here, hopefully taking the church in a different direction than what this past pope was taking it.
Gotcha.
So that's about all I wanted to say. So I know there's going to be people disagreeing with me, saying, "Oh, that's a wrong way of thinking." Well, that's my way of thinking, and it's not hurting you how I think any more than it is the way you think and how it affects me.
Everybody has opinions. Hey, you know what opinions are like.
That's right. You have a good night, Steve.
All right, there you go. Send your heat wave. Just come across here, I guess, as we speak this morning, there are people fleeing for their lives in parts of New Jersey. Yeah, wildfire has broke out. And some of the photos and videos I'm seeing here, wow, this is a raging inferno. A raging wildfire, Ocean County, New Jersey, consuming thousands of acres Tuesday night. Here's what we know. It was reported Tuesday afternoon the wildfire at the Greenwood Forest Wildlife Management Area in neighboring Barnegat Township. An update just before 11 p.m. here, just a couple of hours ago, the New Jersey Forest Service said the blaze has grown to 8,500 acres, 10% containment, so it's out of control. The flames are burning in both Ocean and Lacey townships of the county. News crews, Chopper 6 overhead as crews battle the inferno. The smoky haze bringing a stretch of the Garden State Parkway to a standstill. Officials say approximately 1,320 structures are threatened, and damage assessments were still underway in other areas. Now, a press conference on the fire is scheduled for sometime this morning. According to the New Jersey Forest Service, 3,000 residents have been evacuated. As of 12 a.m. Eastern this morning, Wednesday, they shared the evacuation notices that are in place. Residents, they named the roads, Wells Mill Road, Bryant Road to the Garden State Parkway, been asked to leave. They have also issued an evacuation for residents on a number of other roadways there. I'm not going to bore you with all the names of the roads, but as the fire continues north, there's no immediate danger or threat to Barnegat Township. However, we ask you to be prepared in the event of a change in direction. There's also a shelter open in Manchester Township at the high school there in Manchester. Township police say Jersey Central Power and Light has pretty much cut the power, de-energized lines in and out of the Oyster Creek substation at the request of the Forest Service. Approximately 23,000 JCP&L customers affected by that outage at this point. Now, they said we'll continue to work to restore power as we are safely able to do so, including through tying areas to neighborhood lines where it's safe and possible to do. No word on when power is expected to return, but southbound lanes of the Parkway reopened between interchanges 69 and 63. All right, there are all still some numerous closures in place there, but a big-time fire in New Jersey this morning.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A jury has returned a verdict in the murder conspiracy trial of Doomsday Mom Lori Vallow Daybell in Phoenix.
We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, guilty.
Vallow Daybell conspired to kill her fourth husband in 2019 with the help of her brother and had already been convicted in Idaho in 2023 for murdering her two young children, as well as conspiring to murder her husband, Chad Daybell's first wife. The White House says it has more than a dozen trade proposals on paper that have been brought by other nations.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters President Trump said the U.S. is doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. She noted trade officials will meet with almost 36 countries this week. Leavitt said the administration is moving at Trump's speed to ensure the deals get done. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, thank you. A heat wave brought up Elon Musk there. You know, although he's kind of the head of the Doge department. He's not per se running the show. They've got the team of nerds, these computer geeks, computer experts that are scouring through all the data. He's kind of like where the press secretary, because the president comes out, presents the information. He comes out and presents what most of the rest of the team has discovered. But obviously, since assuming that position at Doge, he's taken a lot of flack, and it's definitely impacting his Tesla business. And Elon, this past day, I guess kind of announcing he's going to dedicate more time to Tesla starting in May. The company reported a big drop in first quarter profit. Of course, facing protests from the liberals out there over his leadership of Doge. Based in Austin, Texas, Tesla said this past day that quarterly profits fell by 71% to $409 million or 12 cents a share, which was far below analyst estimates. Tesla's revenue fell 9% to $19.3 billion, with a B, in the January through March period, which was below Wall Street's forecast. The disappointing results is they're struggling to sell new cars. Many consumers angry over Elon's role with the Trump administration. Some investors in Tesla have complained that Musk has been too distracted by his role at Doge to effectively run Tesla. Now, the Wedbush Securities, Dan Ives, said this is going to be a big step in the right direction. Talking about Elon's time commitment. Investors wanted to see him kind of recommit to Tesla. Our stock has fallen 40% this year, but rose about 3% in after-hours trading, I guess, following the announcement. Morningstar's analyst Seth Goldstein said earlier reports of plunging sales that had tanked the stock made these results pretty much predictable. They're not particularly surprising given the deliveries are down. The company is still generating cash. It was good to see positive cash flow, but the company generated $2.2 billion in operating cash versus $242 million a year earlier. Tesla investors are going to be listening closely for updates on several strategic initiatives. The company's expected to roll out a less expensive version of their best-selling vehicle, the Model Y SUV, later this year. Tesla's also said they plan to start a paid driverless robo-taxi service in Austin, Texas, coming up in June of this year. The companies closely watch gross margins. A measure of earnings for each dollar of revenue fell to 16.3% from 17.4%. Of course, the company that once dominated electric vehicles is also facing competition for the very first time. Earlier this year, the Chinese electric vehicle maker BYD announced it had developed an electric battery charging system that can fully power up a vehicle within minutes' time. Tesla's European rivals have begun offering new models with advanced technology that's making them alternatives just as popular in Europe. And opinion there, in some cases as well, has turned against Musk. All right, investors expect Tesla will be hurt less by the Trump tariffs than most other U.S. car companies because it makes most of its U.S. cars right here domestically. Now, they will not be completely unscathed. They source some of their material for the vehicles from abroad, and those items all will now face import taxes. 844-844-3388 is our number. Sunshine, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. My update is on 71 north and south at exit 58. They are taking the deck off the bridge and they're working on the highway right now, so they've got you running up over the ramps to go from one side to the other side.
Okay, so traffic's still moving, a little bit slow, but probably not
moving.
Not a bad backup per se.
No.
Okay.
But it's just a heads up for if you're running it. That's what to expect when you get up there, unless somebody screws up and wrecks.
Correct.
But I don't know if they're going to run it that way during the day or not. I'll find that out probably about 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
But tonight they've got it running up and over the ramps.
So otherwise, a good night for moving the freight out there?
Yeah.
Very good.
So far, traffic seems to be getting lighter out here for some reason.
I've heard several saying that in recent days. Things seem a little bit slow.
Yeah. I'm not seeing quite as many trucks as I was, or that many cars. Of course, I can do without the cars out here at night. All they want to do is race around you.
Exactly. All right. Well, Sunshine, appreciate the update there. Safe travels in the state of Ohio. It's 844-844-3388. So I did have an update on China as well. That's the biggest part of the puzzle when it comes to tariff negotiations. Yeah, the two largest trading partners in the world, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, this past day offering that the ongoing showdown against China is unsustainable and said he expects a de-escalation in the trade war between the two world's largest two economies. In a private speech in Washington for J.P. Morgan Chase, he cautioned that talks between the United States and China had yet to formally start. Now, Trump's placed tariffs on several dozen countries. We've seen the stock market turmoil. Details of the speech confirmed by two familiar with the remarks who insisted on anonymity to discuss them. I do say China is going to be a slog in terms of the negotiations, according to Bessent. Neither side believes the status quo is going to be sustainable. With that news, the S&P 500 stock index rose after Bloomberg News initially reported his remarks. Of course, we have met, the administration has met for talks with many other counterparts, Japan, India, South Korea, the European Union, Canada, and Mexico, among others. But Trump's showing no public indication he plans to pull back that baseline 10% tariff, even as he's insisted he's looking for other nations to cut their own import taxes and remove any non-tariff barriers that the administration say has hindered exports from the USA. So again, as Caroline Levitt said, it appears things are progressing well there on the tariff front. And then, of course, kind of tying right into that, tariffs. In many cases, the idea to bring manufacturing here, cutting our reliance on other countries for so many necessary items, and the pharmaceutical industry has been closely watching. This would be the second announcement in as many weeks from the Swiss pharmaceutical giant Roche, announcing Tuesday they will invest upwards of $50 billion in the United States over the next 5 years in the wake of the announcement of possible tariffs on imported drugs. The U.S. is a critical market for the pharmaceutical industry, representing more than half of the revenue that Roche's pharmaceutical division gets. Its Swiss competitor, that was Novartis, that was the one that just announced here about a week ago. They plan to invest $23 billion in the U.S. over the next 5 years. But as part of the investment, Roche said they're going to increase their existing footprint of more than 25,000 employees in 24 sites across 8 U.S. states. They did offer some details of the investment. Expanded and upgraded U.S. manufacturing and distribution capabilities for their innovative medicines and diagnostics portfolio in the states of Kentucky, Indiana, New Jersey, Oregon, and California. A state-of-the-art gene therapy manufacturing facility in Pennsylvania, a new 900,000 square foot manufacturing center to support their expanding portfolio of next-generation weight loss medicines. That location yet to be announced. Also, a new manufacturing facility for continuous glucose monitoring in the state of Indiana. A new research and development center in Massachusetts, conducting cutting-edge artificial intelligence research and serving as hub for their new cardiovascular, renal, and metabolism research and development efforts. And lastly, significant expansion and upgrading of our existing pharmaceuticals and diagnostics research and development centers, which those are Arizona, Indiana, and California. Today's announced investments underscore our long-standing commitment to research, development, and manufacturing in the United States, according to Roche's chief executive. $50 billion over the next 5 years will lay the foundation for our next era of innovation and growth, benefiting patients in the U.S. and around the world. So these major pharmaceutical investments can just continue to add on to what we have seen as an influx of investment into the United States since Trump returned to office and warned of imposing the tariff policies. We had Stargate, the joint project between OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank. That's a $500 billion investment. Apple announcing they're investing $500 billion. Just a few of the other examples. The list continues to grow. Brain Dead coming up right after this. And room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All righty, rolling into a new day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve-O. Oh, what a lovely day today. Get to a store that's our frozen food trailers are unloads and go back empty. This store here had returned stuff like pallets and bales of cardboard, etc. That was literally like stacked up and stacked up. It looks like nobody's picked it up since dirt was created.
Okay.
So I called the boss and said, hey, they're overrun here with this return stuff. You want me to load some of it up? He says, no, we got another truck coming. I said, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll send you a picture. I sent him a picture. He says, just get what you can and let the other truck get the rest. And I guess they'll have a little discussion in the morning, so to speak. But
okay.
But buddy, are you ready? I mean, are you seriously ready? What's going to happen in 4 months from today? You know what happens 4 months from today? And Brother
are we going back into another college football season?
You got it. I figured Brother Rambler had snitched on me there for a minute, or either that or that, what is that proctologist or proctologist, whatever his name is.
Big Ed. Are you with me?
So, well, I don't know if I'm with you, but still, I mean, I'm here. So we know the spring practices and the scrimmages are done with, and we know the transfer portal is about to close. It closes on Saturday, if I remember right. So I did a little research, a little digging on what the teams need this season. Are you ready?
Okay.
And I know our prognosticator, whatever his name, Big Ed. I hope he's going to be listening to the podcast, because what they need out of this transfer portal is a quality defensive tackle. I'm going to butcher some names here, folks. Please forgive me. My names are bad, but they need a quality defensive tackle. Dominic Williams, Grayson Halton, and Jason Jackson are coming back, but there is still a need for the line. David Stone is going to make a valuable piece to the line, but they need to add some veterans, somebody else in this as well. They also need a cornerback, as Woody Washington has graduated out, and Kenai Walker, he went to the portal. Now, Eli Bowen, a sophomore, is showing a lot of potential, but the secondary still is struggling. They do need a lot of work, but they also need a good kicker and an interior offensive line, where they do need a great center and a guard. While they're at it with this transfer portal, it wouldn't hurt to get a good tight end and the wide receiver. Okay? So now, I know Captain Ron's probably listening here to this. Them Wolverines here. So
yes,
take some notes here, Captain Ron. Michigan needs to add another quarterback. Mikey Keene is not 100%. Davis Warren is recovering from an ACL injury, which leaves Bryce Underwood and Jaden Davis, who are inexperienced. Now, the thing to watch here during this portal seasoning is to see if they can pick up a good quality quarterback that can be a veteran and help lead while Davis Warren and Mikey Keene are recovering. Now, they also need to add to their offensive line, and another wide receiver wouldn't hurt as well. Now, coaches have raved about the transfer Donovan McCulley, but there isn't much excitement at the moment. Frederick Moore and Kendrick Bell have a potential, but they haven't put it all together yet. Now, at the same time, though, Andrew Marsh and Jamal Browder have some really good hype this season and have a lot of potential, but that's all they got. They've not been tested. They've not been tested. Thank you, Eskimo Mom, for giving me that crap. Anyway, they also need a good cornerback as well. But the strengths are unknown. Now, Zach Berry ended the year going from the nickel to the corner, but can he replicate that success this season? The other question is, can Shamari Earls see the field this year as a freshman who will be in the nickel? But also, too, can Caleb Anderson be the next Amari Hall or Josh Wallace? Finally, they need is a running back. As Ben Hall entered the portal, that leaves Justice Hayes and Jordan Marshall and Micaiah. I'm going to butcher this name. Please forgive me, Captain Ron. Capitani. It's probably one of them Hawaiian names. I can't pronounce Hawaiian. To carry the load. Now, there's many more questions, but we will see how things are going to play out in the next 4 months. Now, by the way, where is our buddy Rick Friend at? Do we need to send out like the bat signal or a search party for him?
Yeah, we might have to do that. I don't think he's chimed in a few days.
Well, I mean, I figured he was probably crying over the Reds, but that 24-2 win. I mean, I figured he'd be bouncing off the moon for that. Like Dingbat and her Gators winning the national title. So, real quick, Ohio State's coach said in an interview that they need a defensive line. They lost defensive tackle Hero Kanu and edge player Mitchell Melton to the NFL. They also lost Kalik Williams, Jack Sawyer, and Ty Hamilton to the NFL as well. Other than a defensive tackle, a quarterback wouldn't hurt either. Now, the coach said he wants four quarterbacks for depth purposes, and someone with leadership for freshman Travis St. Clair and redshirt freshman Julian Sayin, and also and redshirt sophomore Lincoln Kintz. I guess this is not his name, but a running back wouldn't hurt either, as Trayvon Harrison and Quinshawn Judkins went to the draft. The Buckeyes have added a few players to help fill the backfield, but they also need a better offensive line. They are 2 players short. They could use some help on the defensive end, as they have a strong group of guys in-house, but it wouldn't hurt to bolster that crew. Let me see. Where's the Gators? Oh, Bam. Brother Rambler, if you're listening, go ahead and rip that knob off the radio here for a minute, buddy.
Uh-oh.
Bama, yeah, you're going to get deep, buddy. Take some notes here. Bama needs in this portal opening an offense, especially an offensive line. I would go after linebacker since Justin Jefferson is out due to eligibility, and Jahad Campbell is headed to the draft. Now, DeMonte Lawson was headed to the draft, but an injury at the end of the season changed his mind. They also need wide receivers, as Ryan Williams and Jeremy Bernard are returning, but there is a lack of some experience. Now, there also is some young talent with Jaden Hale and Cole Adams returning from an injury, but still they need some solid players on the team. On offensive line, they need a right tackle bad, as Naquil Bertan is not on the roster, and Tyler Booker is in the draft.
And I'm guessing a lot of these guys are people that, they're having to fill slots for the seniors that are exiting and now maybe moving, like you just said, to the NFL draft. But hey, we hit the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A jury has returned a verdict in the murder conspiracy trial of Doomsday Mom Lori Vallow Daybell in Phoenix.
We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, guilty.
Vallow Daybell conspired to kill her 4th husband in 2019 with the help of her brother, and had already been convicted in Idaho in 2023 for murdering her 2 young children, as well as conspiring to murder her husband, Chad Daybell's first wife. Her friends told prosecutors that she embraces fringe apocalyptic beliefs. The Supreme Court's going to decide a case that could have an impact on whether preventative care treatment like diabetes screenings and HIV prevention drugs are covered under the Affordable Care Act.
At issue in the case heard Monday is the status of the members of the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force. Under the health care law, what gets covered relies on the recommendations of experts like those on the task force. Last year, a federal appeals court held that the members of the task force aren't properly appointed, which would throw the insurance company requirement of following their recommendations in doubt. A decision from the High Court is expected this summer. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The White House says it has more than a dozen trade proposals on paper that have been brought by other nations.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters President Trump said the U.S. is doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China.
These are proposals on paper that countries have proposed to the Trump administration and to our government.
She noted trade officials will meet with almost 3 dozen countries this week to discuss possible trade deals. Leavitt said the administration is moving at Trump's speed to ensure the deals get done on behalf of the American people. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 1,016 points, the S&P 500 rose 129 points, and the NASDAQ climbed 429 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
The Texas man who shot up an El Paso Walmart, killing nearly 2 dozen people,
has agreed to a plea deal which includes a life sentence. District Attorney James Montoya says the decision to not seek the death penalty was made after consulting with the victims' families. There is the chance that Patrick Crucius may be moved from a federal supermax prison where he's serving 90 consecutive life sentences. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A dead gray whale has washed up on the beach in southeast Washington.
The whale washed up near Cape Disappointment on the Long Beach Peninsula. Biologists perform a necropsy to determine the whale's cause of death. This is also the time of year when gray whales are migrating north to the Gulf of Alaska. I'm Brad Ford.
Instagram is launching a standalone video creation app.
Edits allows users to shoot and edit video using features like background replacement and automatic captioning. Instagram had announced Edits back in January. Its features are similar to TikTok's sister app CapCut. TikTok's future in the U.S. remains uncertain as its parent company ByteDance faces a mid-June deadline to sell the app or have it banned in the country. I'm Matt Mattinson.
AI is on the hunt for kids lying about their age.
Meta says they're using the technology to scour Instagram in an effort to keep kids off the platform who are smart enough to fool the age verification steps to log on. IG now has teen accounts, which young users can set up profiles, but with built-in protections. You still need to be 16, and any younger, parents need to give the thumbs up. I'm Jason Campadonia.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammographysaveslives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, another hour off and rolling as we make our way into a new day. Here comes a Wednesday, hump day. Other industry headlines, more details we'll share this hour. Volvo trucks. It's hard to keep up because seems like with each passing day, you're hearing about more impact on the North American truck market. Sales are down. Not necessarily tariff related per se, but Volvo trucks plans to lay off up to another 350 workers from a Virginia plant. Part of the plan to cut up to nearly 1,000 employees around the country that they've announced since the beginning of the year. Got the latest from the past day there. Then for Canadian drivers out there, so we had our friend Steve there in Ottawa say good morning here a bit ago. Good morning to you. 7 out of 10 Canadian trucking companies said they have seen loads to the U.S. paused or canceled outright in wake of the recently imposed tariffs. Survey by the Canadian Trucking Alliance. More on what they had to say as well. First, let me get back in. Let's finish up with old Brain Dead. Seems like it's a long ways off, but it'll be here before you know it because time flies, right?
Oh yeah, and we already know that Bama is not going back to the college. I mean, we'll see what's going to happen, come September. So, but anyway, back to where I was at. They needed plus they also need an offensive line with Bama here as well. They're 2 players short. They could use some help on the defensive end as they have a strong group of guys in house, but wouldn't hurt to bolster the crew. Now for their Dingus Baptist. Oh, wait a minute. What is it, Bama? Hold on a second. My notes moved on me. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Forget that, Brother Rambler. Eli Pritchett is one of the starters for the season, but is he the answer for the season? Now, they need help on the defensive line by adding some experience and depth in the line. They could also use a tight end as well, since C.J. Dippery and Robbie Oates graduated. Josh Suives, I can't pronounce his name, is the only one really that has real playing experience, as Danny Lewis Jr. hit the portal. So a few tight ends will not hurt some more. The big help they need is a quarterback, as their star quarterback's leaving. They must not lose Austin Mack or Keelan Russell. Now for the Dingus Baptist
Gators.
Yeah, haters. I mean haters. That's right, haters, not Gators. Anyway, they need a wide receiver and offensive tackle bad. With wide receivers, Chimney Dyke and Elijah Badger leaving due to eligibility, and Eugene Wilson and Khalil Jackson returning along with Marcus Bake. Now, they do have Aiden Mizzle and Tank. Boy, that's a hell of a name. Tank Hawkins. Can you imagine that? Tank Sommers? Yeah. In rotation this season, along with freshman Vernal Brown III, Nishan Montgomery, and Mizzou Tonkara. Brandon Crenshaw, Dickerson, and Austin Barber are headed to the draft, so they do need a tackle pretty bad. They do have a few players returning with in-game experience, but Damian George and Kamiron Waits are better off as guards. It also would not hurt to pick up an interior defensive line and a cornerback along with the tight end and a few mascots too, because I heard their mascots got in the portal to go to Georgia. So, but now comes to the time of the hour, my beloved Volunteers. This is going to be interesting. The Volunteers got I can't remember his name. The UCLA quarterback, can't remember his name, but I'm hoping that this helps out Jake Merlanger, the redshirt freshman, to step up and show that he is a star. But now they also have George McIntyre. Now, they do need some wide receivers since Dayton Sneed entered the transfer portal along with Brew McCoy and Deontay Thornton due to eligibility. Now, they do have Chris Brazell, Mike Matthews, and Braylon Stanley, who will be starters and returning for their second season. But also at the same time, coming in is Travis Smith Jr., Notorious Jackson, and Joaquin Dotson. Now, they've also picked up Amari Jefferson, who looks to be a solid pickup from, Rambler, Bama. And they also need an offensive line, as they did not lose much to the portal, however, 4 starters and a part-time starter to the draft. But they still feel incomplete and have more room to fill. They also need a defensive back in the secondary to add that extra depth and a cornerback. Now, they have been targeting Jalen Morgan, C.J. Jim Coyley, and Marcus Harris. They could also use a tight end as well. They also need to find someone who can be a playmaker this transfer portal window. But here's the other thing, too, and I've seen the recruits they've got coming in from the in-state. They're going to be if given good time, they are going to be some of the better players that we have coming in, Steve. So that's a little bit of notes for the
college
football season. Yeah, and I know Brother Rambler. I know Brother Rambler's probably gnawing at the phone right now, anyway. So, but Steve, I want to ride back to Memphis, buddy. You have a good morning.
All right, thanks for the update there. Speaking of updates, let me jump down here, grab the Carolina Monkey Gouger, who I guess is dealing with some ugly, ugly weather out there.
Steve, it has really deteriorated south of Chillicothe, Texas on US 287. There's 3 trucks turned over in the middle of the highway down there. You can't see them till you get up on top of them. There's a tornado on the ground out here right now as we're speaking that's moving. They're saying it's moving northwest, northeast. The town of Chillicothe is under about 3 foot of water, the main street and all that. It was up to the fuel tanks on the truck coming through there. So, you know, like I say, if you find someplace to hide, all the truck stops are full, gas stations full. You know, everybody's found a place to hide, and we just out here slugging it out. But, man, be careful, and that's all I say. Be careful, because it really got bad.
Yeah, I can tell you that the severe thunderstorm warnings, I mean, since we've started here, a couple of hours ago, some of these individual supercells have really blossomed into several large convergences of severe thunderstorms, one of which right now I'm kind of zooming in, pushing through Vernon, Texas. Yeah, head on down, see if it'll update where the locales are here. Seymour, Texas. Big line just moved through Haskell. Yeah, those are warn cells in northern Texas. Then you have a separate line that's formed into a pretty decent, forecasters reference a bow echo. Yeah, you see the bow, which means strong, straight line winds coming up with these storms. And most of these have been prompting warnings for 60 mile an hour winds, some a bit higher, but the hail, many reports of hail, anywhere from golf ball to half dollar size hail. But this line looks like it'll be rolling toward Lano, Texas right now, zooming in on Fredericksburg to Kerrville, Texas. And that line extends all the way back to north of Del Rio. So it has definitely expanded in coverage there in just a few hours' time. So Texas getting hammered this early Wednesday morning. Other clusters of showers, thunderstorms. We have a cell there in eastern Kansas, not seeing any warned cells coming out of that. We do have still some strong storms southeast and east central portions of Iowa this morning. Most of that action east of the Des Moines area. It's been an action-packed week, and that's going to be the trend continuing through the central portions of the country. Each of the disturbances that pushes through. Our number, 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we'll head on down to the very dry state of Florida. I shared a little bit earlier, Phil, that, man, they're saying things are really, really parched down there.
They sure are. My yard is crunchy as heck right now, buddy. My grass is pretty much turning into a desert right now. But I know we got a lot of folks that are out there watering the heck out of it, which I don't want to waste my water on that, myself, but that's just me. Monkey Gouger's talking about Texas. One of the guys I watch on YouTube is Storm Chaser Brandon. He was down there in Imperial, Texas yesterday. A severe thunderstorm deal, and he saw a tornado form right.
Really?
And they weren't forecasting new tornadoes at all. It was supposed to be just a severe thunderstorm, and everyone spun up beside the road right by him. It was just a little bitty one. It wasn't super huge, and it formed. It went up through a field, and then it come over the road, and then it went out right before it went over the road. So you never know what you see out there, Gouger. Be careful out there, buddy. I tell you, it could be a little rough out there. Now, he was in Imperial, Texas, where he was yesterday. I'm not sure where that's at. I don't know too much about Texas, but look a little rough in the middle of the country, and we just under 40 days we're in the 30s now before that big H word happens, Steve, and that's something we got to pay attention to. With all this dryness and stuff, it's kind of scary. Sometimes Mother Nature sets you up, What you think, man?
Right. I mean, I know they were talking about the wildfire risk down there. I got a big wildfire that broke out in New Jersey this past day. And that's very active evacuations as we speak this morning.
Well, it's funny. It's been a really strange year, actually, last couple of years. We had a fire on Long Island. I believe it was this year. And I was like, Long Island with a forest fire? It's kind of weird, you know. It's not a place that you typically hear of a forest fire. And Steve, did you hear about that airplane incident down here at Orlando Airport a couple of days ago?
Yeah,
I was going to talk about it yesterday, but
I saw the video of that, and I mean I guess that was a good sized plane because it had like 280 something passengers on.
Yeah, it was a big Airbus. I believe it was a 320 or a 330 or something like that. It was a big Airbus plane. They pushed it out the gate, got her out there. They still had the tug hooked up to the front, the pay movers hooked up to the front, and they were getting the engines wound up. And the second engine on the right, it caught on fire. And the airport did an amazing job with the firefighters. They got everybody out there quickly, put it out, but they couldn't get the slides to work on the back of the airplane, so they had to bring a set of stairs out. Luckily, it was still close to the jet port, and they could get a set of stairs from their backup stairs they use for the jet port. They got them out there and got the folks off. But it's crazy. The passengers were wanting to pull the door on the right-hand side of the plane, and the engine was on fire, Steve. Now, if you saw an engine on fire, were you going to pull that exit door and try to go towards out on that wing with that fire out there? Would you do, Steve?
I'm thinking I'd want to go out the other side.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you what, kudos to a stewardess. The flight attendant, she said, don't touch it, sit down. She went into mother mode and just said, chill out. And if she hadn't done that, somebody probably could have gotten himself beat up pretty bad and possibly shot some fire inside the fuselage, which was not cool. That's not cool at all. But, everybody got off the plane all right, and I know there's a lot of people, well, we didn't get off, there was only one slide, and 3 people got injured. One guy got injured, hit his head. All right, so when you come out, Steve, when you were a kid, you went down a slide, weren't you like upright when you were on the slide down at the playground?
Right.
Kept your head up high.
Yeah.
When you went, same kind of thing with this, or you get the thing out in the yard you put for the kids, where you rent when you have the party, the big slide. You keep your head high when you go down the slide. Well, this guy, he kept his head low and he banged the corner of the airplane where the slide mounts onto. And I don't call that the airline's problem. I call that the guy's problem. Common sense tells you when you go slide down something, keep yourself upright and hang on. But this guy, he went kind of like laying down position and flopped and hit his head on the corner of the plane as he went down. I don't know. I guess it's a DA of the week. I guess I don't know. What do you think, Steve?
Right.
And then also, Steve, I don't know if you heard about this story. This happened actually a week or 2 ago. Not too far from where I live. Speak of the devil. But there was a lady who had a shop, and they caught her selling human bones. Did you hear that one?
I saw a headline about someone, selling human, skeletal parts, but I didn't really delve into the story. What the hell was going on?
Okay, over in Orange City, which is the next town over from where I live at, this lady had a shop, and she was selling all kinds of different things, antique things, whatnot. Well, she was selling human bones, and they weren't legitimately, dug up out of a grave type of situation. I guess they were some kind of artifact. They listed them as artifacts, so evidently they had been, like a burial mound or something. Because they analyzed them. They said they were over 100 years old.
Okay.
So, and an archaeological find or something, that somebody had dug up or something. But they got her. They charged her for selling, human remains. So if you find something, you think of what it is, you better call the cops and let them know. But in the same light, she had a skull, I think a human skull, part of it, she was selling for $600. Is what they said on the news.
Wow.
Now, who in their right mind does that kind of junk? You know what I mean? That's pretty low. That's pretty damn low. But it's only in Florida, they got that Florida Man channel. It's really making us really popular down here. So
yes,
it is what it is.
It's been the case for years, hasn't it? A Florida man or a Florida woman in the DA nominees.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. And by the way, I loved what Grady Judd said the other day. Now, anybody knows anything about Florida? Grady Judd, he's the sheriff of the fine county of Polk County. And he said something the other day that kind of made me snicker. They had a gentleman that had the gumption to shoot at the sheriffs, okay? And he injured a couple of sheriffs. He didn't kill anybody, but he injured somebody. But they ended up shooting him. And Grady Judd's analogy was, well, he wanted to die, and we obliged him, is what he said on the interview. Now, I guess when you make that deal, when you go to shoot somebody, and he said he wanted to die, I guess, well, we just obliged him. And what do you think about that statement, Steve?
I loved it. He said, well, first of all, he won't kill anyone again because he's dead now. But yeah, he asked us to kill him, and we obliged.
Absolutely, and he said that and he's the guy that said one time they shot a guy. I think they shot the guy like 29 or 30 times, and they said, "How come you shot him 29 or 30 times?" They said, "Because we ran out of bullets."
Wow.
And that's what he said. And he is. I'll tell you what, I respect Grady Judd. I mean, I respect Mike Chitwood. He's our sheriff for Volusia County. Heck of a nice guy. Bend over backwards to help you. Same way with Grady Judd. Grady Judd, same way. But the problem is you better act right when you're in their counties. And that's what it needs to be. You act right, so. But that's all I got tonight, buddy. I know SpaceX has had a couple of launches. We were supposed to have one last night. I didn't see if we had it or not. I was too busy sleeping. So, but y'all have a good morning and a good night. We'll talk to you later, buddy.
Thank you very much, Philip. You do the same. Safe travels out there. Okay, about a minute before news break. Yeah, there's some confusion, they tell us, swirling in the diesel truck community regarding the legality of deleting emissions equipment this year, 2025, sparked by some political shifts and online rumors. Many truck owners, they say, are wondering are the rules relaxed, allowing the removal of things like DPF and EGR systems. Power Stroke Channel investigated and interviewed several individuals in the know, and we will clarify things all just ahead. Just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's true. All right, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A jury has returned a verdict in the murder conspiracy trial of Doomsday Mom Lori Vallow Daybell in Phoenix.
We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, guilty.
Vallow Daybell conspired to kill her fourth husband in 2019 with the help of her brother and had already been convicted in Idaho in 2023 for murdering her two young children, as well as conspiring to murder her husband, Chad Daybell's first wife. The White House says it has more than a dozen trade proposals on paper that have been brought by other nations.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters President Trump said the U.S. is doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. She noted trade officials will meet with almost 3 dozen countries this week. Leavitt said the administration is moving at Trump's speed to ensure the deals get done. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me just start by saying, how many stories have I shared with you if you're a regular listener to the program? Say over just the past year of truck shop, maintenance shops, individuals get millions of dollars in fines, businesses shut down because they tampered with some of the environmental equipment on big trucks. So apparently there are rumors and rumblings and I guess misinformation being shared by some that with the new administration we're rolling back regulations and you can do things that No, technically you can. The Power Stroke channel interviewed 3 people from the diesel performance industry to give you the much needed clarity. Is deleting a diesel now legal is the question. We start with Charlie, who's the owner of the performance turbo manufacturer KC Turbos. Tackling the legality question head on, he stated firmly, despite the widespread misconceptions fueled by some of these online videos, there is no law that I know of that has actually changed anything regarding diesels that would make deletes legal. Now, he acknowledged rumors of potential changes in the future, but stressing nothing right now permits the wholesale removal of emissions gear. Charlie also shed light on why many owners are looking for deletes, pointing less towards outright performance goals and more toward issues with aging trucks. Once they get old, they're no longer reliable. Many owners delete out of frustration, being tired of being broken down on the side of the road. He said achieving good performance with emissions equipment intact is possible. But finding tuners focusing on quality emission on tunes is indeed a challenge. We move on to Jake Hopkins, the founder of Fast Fuel Systems, debunking this recent buzz about some 31 deregulatory acts from the Environmental Protection Agency. He clarified these were primarily announcements that the EPA is going to review certain regulations, not actually change the law. Nothing has changed, no new laws. The Clean Air Act is the same, he confirmed, referencing Section 203, which prohibits tampering. While federal enforcement rarely targets individual truck owners, he warned that there are businesses selling delete products that face inconsistent but potentially severe penalties, including prison time. Now, addressing legal solutions, he mentioned FAS's own products that carry CARB approval. He also described their separate EGR filter kit as a way for owners in strict areas to eliminate the EGR problem without eliminating the EGR by filtering the soot before recirculation, improving the longevity of those components, those that cannot legally be deleted. Lastly, Matt was the owner of Gearhead Tuning and a diesel tuner himself, gave his perspective on emissions tuning and enforcement. He attributed the major crackdown in recent years partly to increased public awareness, citing the story of a congresswoman getting coal rolled and the massive Volkswagen Dieselgate scandal, which raised regulators' suspicions about ECU tampering. He explained the complexities of tuning within emission constraints and managing your nitrous oxide and soot while working with systems like EGR. Now, looking forward, he said, he proposed a potential legal path via something known as right to repair or tear down systems. This concept might allow owners of older, out-of-warranty trucks to pay a fee and legally modify their vehicle to meet an older emissions standard, provided it doesn't smoke. While acknowledging the potential for abuse, he felt it addressed the real-world problem of unaffordable repairs on aging work trucks. Now, as far as the future, he expressed a strong belief the internal combustion is not going to disappear anytime soon. I don't think anytime soon that the internal combustion engine is going away. So ultimately, the bottom line, the investigation made by the Power Stroke channel pretty much paints a clear picture. Despite the rumors, deleting a diesel remains illegal under federal law here in 2025. The industry experts talked about the ongoing conflict between regulations, the high cost of repairing aging emission systems, and, of course, the desire for reliable vehicles. But don't get caught up in something that may end up getting you a big-time fine. As I said, many have done so. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like every other day we'd come in here sharing another story about an arrest taking place here. This shop that deleted hundreds of emission systems. Morning to the right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut. Yeah. Hey, you did say that Tesla's prices weren't going to go up because they build their stuff here, but he gets a couple of pieces from abroad.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct, you said? What's her name?
Yeah, elsewhere in the world. Let me clarify. Somewhere else in the world, not here in the U.S.
Oh, okay. I thought he was buying it from a woman out there.
Some broad.
With as many kids and women he's got. Ain't that what they call a harem?
Right?
Yeah. He's got the money. He might as well go ahead and act the Arab. Yeah, so you got talking about modifying diesels as long as they don't smoke. What kind of cigars them damn things smoke anyways?
Mm-hmm. I guarantee they're not Cubanos.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyways, I just thought I'd call because I thought you said he was buying it from a woman. I was just going to try to get her name because I got a few pieces of my own I need to get. So, all right, I guess I'll let you go. You have yourself a good morning.
All right, if I find a broad, you can sell it. I mean, never mind. I'll leave it to the right-wing nut. 844-844-3388. Trucking aside, little international headlines trying to end the war. Russia, Ukraine. A couple of interesting blurbs came down the wire this past evening. Supposedly, Russian President Vladimir Putin has offered to halt the invasion of Ukraine across the current front lines. In other words, territory that they've taken, they're keeping. Part of the efforts to reach a peace deal. According to President Trump, the Financial Times reporting this past day, Putin told Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy, during a meeting in St. Petersburg earlier this month, that Moscow would relinquish its claims to areas of 4 partly occupied Ukrainian regions that remain under Kyiv's control. Citing people familiar with the talks. Now, the other blurb that came down about 9 o'clock this past evening, the U.S., they say, expects response today to a peace framework that includes unofficial recognition of Russian control of nearly all areas occupied since the start of the war in 2022. According to Axios, under the proposal, which was presented last week, the United States would lift sanctions imposed on Russia since 2014 and would return a small part of Russian-occupied Kharkiv to Ukraine. Now, they added that the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant would be considered as Ukrainian territory, but operated by the United States, with electricity supplied to both Ukraine and Russia. I guess in that particular territory, talks continue, but remember, late last week, word came down from the Secretary, Marco Rubio, that we're kind of getting to the end of the line here. If we can't get some resolution, we may wash our hands of the whole scenario. In other words, Ukraine would be forced to rely entirely on I guess, the Europeans and others, because they ain't going to be getting billions of dollars from us anymore. All right, let's see what's going on with Uber Ed. Good morning, Ed.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Doing all right. How's your week going?
It's going pretty good. Sunday when I was at home, or Saturday when I was at home, I was looking over the internet. Have you ever been a Norwegian?
No, I Carnival Cruise Lines, the only one I've ever been on. Haven't been on any others.
Well, I got on the Norwegian website, and they had a cruise at Christmas. It was about $4,000 before, and it was going for half price with everything. So I booked it. I got it for half price. It was $4,000 for two of us.
Mm-hmm.
Regular price, and they had it on sale for. They had it on sale. I think I paid $3,500 for it.
So how about you? Have you ever been on a Norwegian?
No, this would be the first time. They say this is the guy said it's the parent company of Royal Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that $3,500 was everything. That was the drink package and the internet package, and then they gave it $50 for each port call that you went to. We're going to 4 port calls. We're going to Cozumel and Belize, and then we're going to Rocketown and Cozumel.
Okay.
Yeah, it was at Christmas time. We leave out on the 21st of December and come back to the 28th of December.
So you'll actually be on the ship for Christmas in the Caribbean.
I was just looking for seeing what was going on, because I got married 2 days before Christmas a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And I was looking, maybe take her on another cruise, because we went to Cozumel that year. My daughter wants us to come to Italy, but she don't want to fly that far.
That'd be a lot of time in the air. Yeah, I wouldn't be fond of that.
No. I think they said it takes like 16 or 17 hours to get there.
That's a lot of airtime. Yeah, I mean, longest flight I think I've ever been on was about 4.5 hours, and that's.
Well, they fly up to Nova Scotia, Canada, and then cross over into England, and then go back down. But I was just wondering. I thought that was the only one you ever been on with Carnival.
Right. A lot of folks have said they'd like to try some of the big Royal Caribbean ships. Folks I know that have, I think, Norwegian, they have like some different dining experience. Dine whenever you want kind of thing, rather than having a set evening time, 6 p.m. or 8 p.m. kind of thing. Yeah, even Carnival's kind of been changing that as well. You just got to make advance notice. If they've got seats available, they can get you in there, whatever time you want. But all right, about 10 before the hour. Rolling into Hump Day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, rolling into a brand new day. What's going on, Scrapyard?
Nothing much or too much. Been a hell of a past few days. Easter Sunday weather we had was incredibly terrifying. I nearly lost my fiance Peppermint Patty Sunday to a tornado.
Really?
I'd left out about 5 o'clock Sunday afternoon to head back toward Little Rock to go pick up my truck, and I wasn't gone for like 20-25 minutes. We were on the phone in typical fashion after I leave, and she said all of a sudden it just started getting real dark, and then real dark, and she said it got awful loud, and then she screamed and the phone disconnected, and I couldn't get her back on the line. I had the radio on in my car, and the chief meteorologist, Channel 11, Tom Brandon, a local celebrity basically, was on a radio station, and started talking about tornado near Bismarck, Arkansas, and started naming her road. Wow. She was right on the corner of the two roads that he named and said, "We have debris."
Wow.
I turned that car around on the interstate, didn't even wait for an overpass or whatnot. Found one of them cop jump acrosses, blasted over there, and that little Nissan Versa actually got it up above 100 mile per hour. And went down and picked up Highway 84, went across Hot Spring County, and it's not recommended to drive that fast, but I did, and encountered the tornado. Ran right into it, and finally got down there. I was on the phone with the sheriff, and gave her her address, thinking that, because I couldn't get her back on the phone, that the tornado had hit the house. Got down there, she was fine though, but it was only about 300 yards. It hit the neighbor's farm, tore up a stand of trees, barn, fences, etc., etc. And the deputy sheriff even cried. Me and her just grabbed each other on the porch and basically collapsed, crying. Wow. The deputy sheriff was crying too.
That's scary. That's a little too close for comfort, huh?
Exactly, and there's no Freddy hole there. And so looks like I'm going to put my engineering and previous construction experience together to try to put a Freddy hole in. But and that plane crash, or the fire, that plane out down in Florida, it was caused by a swamp rabbit. Got sucked up into the engine, and the engine exploded.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I got a friend of mine that is a licensed pilot and also licensed for like small Learjets and whatnot, and then he knows one of the inspectors, and they checked it out, and it was a big swamp rabbit, probably about
about 10 to 12 pound rabbit run across there, and it got ingested and blew the engine up. Those things don't like anything of decent size going through them.
No doubt.
And that SpaceX launch, that was the Orion return capsule. It's got an inflatable heat shield. It's kind of like a donut, or the heat shield was like a giant inner tube crossed with a shuttlecock, like for playing badminton. And the nose cap just pops off, and then it blows up this like a badminton shuttlecock. And they tested it, and they said it worked. It uses Nomex and Kevlar, and it inflates like a giant airbag.
Sounds like something out of a science fiction movie.
Well, they tried various. SpaceX won the contract after some of the other launch facilities or launch groups couldn't guarantee of getting it up there, and United Launch Alliance all them wanted way too much money to put it up, and Musk basically just gave them a free ride up. Didn't hardly charge them anything at all, and to test this new concept out, and for being able to bring satellites back instead of just having them burn up. Well, they can bring them back, recondition them, reuse them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that's all I got to put into it.
All right.
Up on Interstate 49 in Fayetteville, mile marker 62. Forgot the name of the exit there, that side road. If anybody's making any deliveries over there west of Interstate 49, be careful. On that service road over there, they had one of them big, huge water mains rupture over there, and it looks like Niagara Falls.
Wow. Okay. All righty. Well, thank you for the heads up there, Scrapyard. As we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, yeah, we've got clear lines. It's 844-844-3388. Lockheed Martin is making the pitch that their deep in production F-35 Joint Strike Fighter could provide 80% of the capabilities of the F-47 next generation fighter at half the cost, they say. This is a huge claim, obviously aimed at keeping the F-35 relevant for decades to come and potentially providing an alternative to the F-47. Achieving this would come by taking technology developed under the NG-80 fighter program, which Lockheed actually lost to Boeing, and subsequently injecting that into the F-35.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Lori Vallow Daybell has been found guilty in her murder conspiracy trial in Phoenix. The so-called Doomsday Mom conspired to kill her fourth husband in 2019 with the help of her brother. Vallow Daybell was already convicted in Idaho in 2023 of murdering her two young children and conspiring to murder her husband, Chad Daybell's first wife. A judge is blocking efforts from the Trump administration to shut down government-funded radio broadcasts.
A district judge on Tuesday said the White House must take all necessary steps to restore employees and contractors to their positions and resume broadcasts. It comes after 6 different lawsuits were filed from people impacted by the shutdown of the U.S. Agency for Global Media. The agency placed over 1,000 people on leave after shutting down broadcasts last month. I'm Brian Shook.
Walgreens is agreeing to pay up to $350 million to resolve allegations that the pharmacy chain illegally filled millions of invalid prescriptions.
The government filed a complaint in federal court claiming from August 2012 through March 2023, Walgreens knowingly filed millions of unlawful controlled substance prescriptions. These included prescriptions for excessive quantities of opioids. The complaint also accuses Walgreens of pressuring its pharmacists to fill prescriptions quickly and without taking the time needed to confirm that each prescription was lawful. I'm Michael Kastner.
Justice Samuel Alito spoke out against his Supreme Court colleagues for ruling which temporarily halts deportation flights under the Alien Enemies Act.
Alito sent out his dissent after the High Court agreed to block any additional flights which would deport illegal aliens to a prison in El Salvador. Alito said the court issued unprecedented and legally questionable relief without giving lower courts a chance to rule, without hearing from the opposing party, as well as not providing any explanation. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
The funeral for Pope Francis is scheduled for Saturday. As the online tributes continue, the amount of Pope swag is growing as well.
The number of items bearing the Pope's likeness are for sale. Holy oil said to be blessed by Francis is listed at $46. Other memorabilia includes rosaries, posters, bobbleheads, and mugs, bumper stickers, socks. With close to 1.5 billion people claiming to be Catholic worldwide, there are plenty of shoppers. As the Pope said back in 2013, who am I to judge? I'm Monica Nelson.
A South Carolina mass shooter is trying to have his death penalty overturned.
Attorneys for Dylan Roof, the man convicted of the 2015 Charleston church shooting for killing 9 black church members, have filed a motion to vacate his death sentence. They are citing 18 claims, including alleged violation of Roof's 5th and 6th Amendment rights. The motion requests a new penalty phase, arguing that Roof's trial counsel was ineffective and the judge showed bias. The Supreme Court previously rejected Roof's appeal to overturn his death sentence and conviction in 2022. I'm Thomas Cage.
Mississippi has taken the title of worst state for children's health care.
Finance website Wallet Hub recently compared all 50 states to determine which was the best for keeping kids healthy. The study looked at how many pediatricians and family doctors were available in each state and how many youth were in excellent health. Mississippi was ranked last on the list, followed by Texas and Wyoming. Massachusetts took the top spot on the list, followed by Rhode Island. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medishare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, as we get another hour underway. Hello to Pappy. How'd things go at the range this past day? Are you qualified? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. We're over 2 hours into the ride. Give the horses some rest and water. Yeah, that ride during the daylight hours kicked my rear end. Well, I woke up now. Got squares to roll, laundry to do, buttons to polish. It just turned on the TV. What's going on with these wildfires in New Jersey? All right, hammer down, keep it going. Yeah, that was I mentioned earlier, the blaze that broke out about, 11 yesterday morning. Yeah, impacting some heavily populated areas. I guess thousands of folks evacuating. They've got some satellite imagery of the wildfire, the raw footage of, in other words, being seen from space right now. As of about 2 hours ago, it was, I think, 8,500 acres had burned, 10% contained, but thousands of people were ordered to evacuate as this blaze is pretty much just exploded there. Meanwhile, it's 844-3388. Yeah, I don't know. You have morning, horse feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Oh, I guess we can make it official now for the whole continental United States, from the East American Ocean to the West American Ocean here, can't we?
Yes, we can.
So anyways, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
It is officially Hump Day. There you go.
All right. So, yeah, things are pretty dry out here. Things are pretty dry out here. I mean, Mid-Atlantic here, at least up through Maryland, southern Pennsylvania, and that, shy on rain. All these storms have been coming across the country there, have just kind of fizzled out there and just gave us a few sprinkle drops. Never about enough to make the hood look terrible with the dust that's on it, you know?
The dust and the pollen.
Yeah, the pollen too, yeah. And so spring allergy season, yay. But anyways there, so I guess anybody coming to Maryland now, you might want to brush up on all the new rules, laws, and everything that got put into effect yesterday, because the governor had a party of trying to wear out a bunch of pens from the 2025 legislative season that I guess is over, Your Honor. Did you know the legislators are, I guess they're done for the year? I don't know. They've made all these rules here, and now I guess I don't know what we pay them to do. What are they supposed to do now? I don't know. But I guess they got to get out and campaign. They have to campaign to get a new job, keep their job.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so I guess one of them that they're putting into effect there is about the construction zones and the fines they're charging. I guess they've kind of upped that a little bit, but they're going to have like I forget how it all works. Maybe you can look it all up there and get it all figured out. But there's a maximum of like $1,000 fine. But anyway, so if you remember a few years back there, they had those two cars that were speeding in excess of somewhere of 100 miles an hour on the Beltway in the construction zone, and they wrecked, and the one car got flipped over into the construction zone and killed 6 of the workers working there. So I don't know if that jars your memory at all from probably 3-4 years ago at this point. And so anyways, one of the drivers pleaded guilty to something at some point. Did you know the second driver hasn't even gone to court yet?
Wow.
They still haven't taken the second driver, in to be prosecuted yet. So I guess I don't know what the delays are and all that, but anyway, so in the process of doing that, they've set up different speed things there, and I guess with these new laws, one of the things was that they're doubling the fines if the workers are present. Now they put their cameras out there, the construction zone cameras. They can be out there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Don't matter if there's anything going on or not, and they're taking pictures in the construction zone. But if the construction workers are present, then they're going to double the fines. And they said that they've had two violations with those construction zone cameras. Now, they didn't say whether the workers were present at the time or not, but they've had 2 violations in excess of 130 miles an hour on the Baltimore Beltway, which at the most has a top speed limit of 55 miles an hour. And if the construction workers are there, they mark it down to 45. They got the electronic variable speed set up that they can do so they can change the speed limit. So during the daytime when the construction workers are there, it's 45 miles an hour. And at any other time of the day, the maximum speed limit is 55. And as I said, they had 2 violations in excess of 130. They didn't say what they were. They just said they were more than 130 miles an hour. 130, Your Honor. So I guess somebody was late for work or something. They had to get there, had to get somewhere.
Wow.
Maybe they're having a baby. I don't know. But anyways, other than that, as I say, you come into Maryland, check it out, because they got all new ways to stop you, fine you, violate you. Oh, wait a minute. That didn't come out. If you do violations and they have ways to fine you, or I don't know. Maybe they are violating you by fining you. Maybe, I don't know. I'll have to ask Pappy. He's the official officer on duty. Where's Pappy? What's he doing being out in the daytime? He's not supposed to do that. He could melt or something being out in the sunshine like that. That's not right, Your Honor. So, anyways, other than that, do you think there's any way I can get to Ocala, Florida on the 31st of May?
Ocala, Florida, what's going on 31st of May?
So there's a truck show down there put on by one of the big, I guess, parts suppliers, aftermarket, chrome shop type part suppliers. They got a big truck show going on down there, and they're hoping to raise $80,000 for Make-A-Wish. So I made a comment on their page about being in the truck convoy up here, and they're like, well, we need you down here. And I'm like, but I can't drive the fire truck all the way to Ocala, Florida.
That's a bit of a lengthy drive, right?
It'll take me like 3 days each way, and it's asking a lot. It's asking a lot of the fire truck to drive that many miles back and forth. So, so I don't know, and I can't afford to put it on a trailer and haul it down there. So I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Got to try to figure out something. Maybe I can get to Ocala, Florida on the 31st of May to get down there to that truck show. I sent you a link to it, so if you wanna talk any more about it, I'll let you decide what names you want to use on your show. But other than that, that's all we got going for you. Don't look like any rain around here, so dry. Red flags are up. Keep the cigarette. Don't throw your matches out the window with your cigarettes and all that good stuff there. So, anyways, I guess we'll let you go with that and see if you can. Oh, you can do some due diligence, can't you, Your Honor? There's got to be somebody else better than me out there.
I got to find an intelligent caller? Is that the... Okay. What do you say, Knucklebuster? Before we go there, because he's coming up, matter of fact. Health officials this past day, specifically RFK Jr., said that we are going to phase out petroleum-based artificial colors in the nation's food supply, potentially triggering an ingredients overhaul for scores of bright-colored products that are on the shelves. The Federal Food and Drug Administration will take steps to eliminate these synthetic dyes by the end of next year. According to the FDA commissioner, speaking at a news conference, they will establish a standard and a timeline for the industry to switch to natural alternatives, revoking authorization for dyes that are not in production within coming weeks, and taking steps to remove remaining dyes that are on the market, stating that removing artificial dyes will boost children's health. Stating for a fact, for the last 50 years, we have been running one of the largest uncontrolled scientific experiments in the world on our nation's children without their consent. Health advocates have long called for the removal of artificial dyes, citing mixed studies into they can cause neurobehavioral problems, including hyperactivity and attention issues in some children. The Food and Drug Administration has maintained that the approved dyes are safe and that the totality of scientific evidence shows that most have no adverse effects when consuming foods containing color additives. There are currently 36 food color additives that are allowed, including 8 synthetic dyes. Now, back in January, they announced that they were already removing a dye known as red dye number 3 that's used in candies, cakes, some medications. That's going to be banned by 2027. It causes cancer in laboratory rats. But these artificial dyes are used widely in the U.S., in Canada, and in Europe, where artificial colors are required to carry warning labels. The manufacturers there mostly use natural substitutes. Several states, including California and West Virginia, have passed laws restricting the use of artificial colors in foods. This announcement, though, yesterday drawing praise from advocates who say these dyes carry health risks and they serve no purpose other than being cosmetic or making something look more appealing to the eye. The only purpose is to make the food companies money. Now, food dyes help make ultra-processed foods more attractive, especially when it comes to the kids, often by masking the absence of colorful ingredient like fruit. Removing artificial dyes has long been a goal, so-called MAHA moms, key supporters of the likes of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his Make America Healthy Again initiatives. All right, so I saw the list where they talk us about, the diagnosis of ADHD, attention deficit disorder, and numerous. There's a graphic here. What has changed in the last 30 years in this country? So since 1990, we have seen an 819% increase in ADHD diagnosis, a 2,094% increase in autism spectrum disorders, a nearly 11,000% increase in bipolar disorder in youth, chronic fatigue syndrome, an 11,000+% increase, a 280% increase in depression, 305% increase in diabetes, hyperthyroidism, a 702% increase, sleep apnea, 430%, and numerous others on the list. Autoimmune disorders, general autoimmune, a 1,600% increase. What is causing this? Is it just we're diagnosing more? Things that people may have had in the past that just went unnoticed or undiagnosed, or especially when it comes to the things like autism. That's the other that RFK is on, looking to try to pinpoint. There's got to be something that has caused this astronomical increase in autism disorders. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
All right, back at it here, 23 past the hour. There he is, Morning Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Surely you joust. No more red M&M. That was my favorite color. I didn't like them blue ones they put in there, but
yeah.
way it goes, right?
So do you think you do you qualify as a more intelligent caller? As Horsefeather sent me out searching here, and here you are.
Well, I'm not a more intelligent caller. I got news for him on that one there, but I won't have to worry about learning all them new Maryland laws because I'm not going up there. It's too far north and too damn cold, right?
Yes, sir.
And Monkey Gadger, he's going to have to get out of Texas. That boy, he's always got trouble following him around. So, I'm in Dallas right now trying to make this 3 a.m. appointment. So, that'd be 3 a.m. our time. I believe I'll make it there. I don't like but about 5 miles, so we got it made there, right? Well, I got a joke you can tell your wife today, Steve. Hopefully it won't get you into too much trouble.
Okay.
You know the difference between Iron Man and Iron Woman?
What would that be?
Well, Iron Man is a superhero that's loved by everyone. Iron Woman is a command.
There you go. You might get slapped upside of the head with an iron skillet there.
Yeah, that'll get us all in trouble. I don't think I'm even going to tell that one to Tennessee there. So I'm going to have to cut it short. Have yourself a great morning there as soon as I can get bumped into the dock and all that good stuff. I'll listen in. So we'll call you in that long list hour. I got to go pick a load of that Modelo beer up. I don't know why in the hell they want all that Modelo beer down there. Maybe them people drunk enough as it is. They can't drive when they're sober, let alone drunk.
Taking it in by the truckload. There he is. All right. So where did he say he was? In Dallas at this hour? As Monkey Gouger had chimed in, we've been following these complexes of storms. Taking it down to the forecasters in the Dallas area. Yeah, a noisy complex of storms is going to roll down the Red River on into Wednesday morning. This all started just after midnight to the west of Wichita Falls, moving toward Durant, Sherman, Denison, Texas by sunrise this morning. Many of these have been producing damaging winds, quarter-size hail, and torrential downpours. He advises be careful in the morning commute along Highway 69 and 75 in southern Oklahoma and northern Texas. Looks like Tulsa and Oklahoma City, for the most part, miss out on this rain, but the Dallas-Fort Worth area gets in on the action here Wednesday morning. The future radar is showing probably rolling toward the Fort Worth, Dallas metro about 6 a.m., a few hours away. But we've seen these numerous reports of 50 to 65 mile per hour wind, quarter and $half size hail, and torrential downpours. Meanwhile, 844-3388 is our number. We also had seen some of these storms up in portions of Iowa overnight. And I'm looking here. So you got a complex just north of Sloan. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. So those are severe thunderstorm warnings there for, this is west central Iowa. A separate complex that's come together in the past bit. All right, about a minute before news break coming up here. What else we got on board? An NTPA update. The Education Department, the previous administration, we spent years battling over student loan forgiveness. The back and forth between Biden administration, ultimately the Supreme Court. Get ready. The Education Department's about to begin collecting once again on student loans that are in default, to include garnishment of wages for potentially millions of borrowers, according to officials this past day. More on that ahead. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A jury has returned a verdict in the murder conspiracy trial of Doomsday Mom Lori Vallow Daybell in Phoenix.
We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, guilty.
Vallow Daybell conspired to kill her fourth husband in 2019 with the help of her brother and had already been convicted in Idaho in 2023 for murdering her two young children, as well as conspiring to murder her husband, Chad Daybell's first wife. The White House says it has more than a dozen trade proposals on paper that have been brought by other nations.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters President Trump said the U.S. is doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. She noted trade officials will meet with almost 36 countries this week. Leavitt said the administration is moving at Trump's speed to ensure the deals get done. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE 40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
The dog days of summer bring the horsepower in Region 2. In Region 3, the quest for titles starts in Kurdtown, and you can enter to win a VIP pass to all the championship pulling you can handle. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Let's continue with the second half of the Steiner Tractor Parts Region 2 schedule. August's first weekend is stacked. Eaton, Ohio's Randy Petro Memorial at the Preble County Fair on Friday the 1st. Urbana, Ohio's Champaign County Fair Pull on Saturday the 2nd. And Lisbon, Ohio's Columbiana County Fair Pull with sessions on both nights. Coldwater, Michigan's Branch County Fair Pull owns Wednesday, August 6th, while Sandusky, Ohio's Erie County Fair Pull and Jackson, Michigan's County Fair Pull split Friday the 8th. Then on Sunday the 10th, Zanesville, Ohio's Muskingum County Fair Pull follows the opening day parade. Marion Springs Youth Fair Pull on Monday the 11th and Norwalk, Ohio's Huron County Fair Pull on Tuesday the 12th precede a well-earned break for the festivities at Bowling Green, Ohio. But the trail resumes on Tuesday, August 19th with a Great Dark County Fair Pull in Greenville, Ohio. Wauseon, Ohio's Tri-State Showdown on Friday the 29th, and a new pull at the Amishville USA Campground on Saturday the 30th in Geneva, Indiana, set the sun on a hot month of August. The final two qualifiers ahead of the 2025 Enderley Pull-Off are Roanoke, Indiana's Thunder in the Park on Friday, September 5th, and the next night at the Lions Club in Linden, Indiana. But the championship season rolls on into Michigan for a 3-event span. Allegan's County Fair Pull on Tuesday the 9th, Centerville, Michigan's St. Joseph County Fair Pull on Friday and Saturday, the 19th and 20th, and Hillsdale, Michigan's County Fair Pull on Sunday the 21st, a week earlier than in years past. And Region 2 at last reaches its denouement on Monday, October 6th at the Fairfield County Fair Pull in Lancaster, Ohio. Steiner Tractor Parts Region 3 commences as it always does at the Pierce County Fairgrounds for the Showdown in Kurdtown at Ellsworth, Wisconsin on Saturday, June 7th. Several tractor classes pull in Toma before the end of the month, but the regional event slate resumes in Lancaster, Wisconsin for the Full Throttle Shootout on Saturday, July 5th. Next, it's 3 straight nights of pulling with Decorah, Iowa's Winneshiek County Fair Pull on Thursday the 10th, Eagle Grove, Iowa's Wright County Fair Pull on Friday the 11th, and River Falls, Wisconsin's Smoke and Thunder by the Kinney on Saturday the 12th. 2 weekends later, it's not only 3 nights of showdowns, it's 3 nights of hoedowns. Anoka, Minnesota is first with the Bob FM Honky Tonk Hoedown on Thursday and Friday, July 24th and 25th. And then Houston's Throwdown at Hoedown takes over the Fest grounds on Saturday the 26th to mark Minnesota's final national poll in 2025. Also on the 26th, the Dunn County Fair Pull will rock Recreation Park in Menominee, Wisconsin. And in August, Norwalk, Wisconsin will continue a 5+ decade-long tradition in Village Park with the Lions Club Pull on Saturday the 9th. On Friday the 15th, a new tradition begins in Wilmot, Wisconsin with the Kenosha County Fair Pull. Wyowega, Wisconsin goes next on Sunday the 24th for a 1 p.m. matinee at the Waupaca County Fair. And Ridgeland, Wisconsin's Eldon Lure Field hosts the Region 3 wrap-up in the waning hours of August on Sunday, the 31st. You can discover or rediscover each and every one of these events, both at ntpapull.com and on the NTPA mobile app, available now at Google Play and Apple App Stores. We hope you'll join us next week for a tour of member state events and this summer for the best season of championship pulling yet. To incentivize, locate the NTPA VIP contest page at ntpapull.com and subscribe to our YouTube channel. While you're there, you can enter to win one of 10 all-access passes to any and every NTPA national event. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
There you go. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. And welcome back. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, lines wide open. Hey, we've been following what was 2 distinctively separate clusters of storms. One was north central Texas, the other south central Texas, about 3.5 hours ago, which is now morphed into nearly one consecutive line, stretching from about Wichita Falls there in Texas all the way down to, well, rapidly approaching San Antone. And all along that line, we've seen incredible hail. Get a load of this one that just had come in from the Weather Service office in Austin, San Antone. Several counties in the mix for about another 40 minutes in south central Uvalde County, Zavala County, and central Frio County. These are south central Texas. They're talking softball-size hail. Wow. Severe storm located 7 miles north of Uvalde, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. This is a destructive storm, they say. 60-plus mile-an-hour winds, and I cannot imagine softball-size hail. People and animals, if you're outdoors, you could be severely injured or killed. I hope the cows and the horses and the pigs are in the barn. Can you imagine being pummeled with softball-sized hail? Expect shattered windows, extensive damage to roofs, siding, and vehicles. Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, well, there's our friend Rick in Columbus. Up and at 'em there. Get your new day started. Rick, check it in. Coffee up. And Gary, a little late to the party this morning as well. Morning, Steve, all the overnight crew. A little bit late, but here we are. And I know many with student loans out there. Yeah, some thousands, some tens of thousands of dollars of debt, which for how many years now has it been? Have been kind of skirting by with no enforcement action. Yeah, due to the COVID pandemic, everything was, everything was kind of put on the back burner. Word from the Education Department, about 5.3 million borrowers are right now in default on their federal student loans. This announcement from the Education Department brings to an end the period of leniency that started during the COVID pandemic. No federal student loans have actually been referred to collection since March of 2020. So 5 years now, including those that are even in default. Beginning May 5, a matter of days from now, the department will begin involuntary collection through the Treasury Department's offset program that withholds payments from the government. So in other words, things like tax refunds, federal salaries, other benefits, those are going to be withheld from people with past due debts to the government after a 30-day notice. At that point, after the 30-day notice, the department will also begin garnishing wages for borrowers in default. Now, already many borrowers have been bracing for obligations coming due. It was back in 2020 the Biden administration paused the student loan payments and interest accrual as one of the temporary relief measures for student borrowers. That pause was extended multiple times through 2023, and then a final grace period for loan repayments ended October of last year. Now, that meant tens of millions of Americans had to start making payments again. Borrowers who don't make payments for 9 months, that's where you go into default, which is reported on the credit scores and will be going to collections once again. In addition to the borrowers already in default, around another 4 million are anywhere between 90 and 180 days late on their loan payments. They say at this point less than 40% of all borrowers are current on their student loans, according to the Education Department. So that's all going to be coming to an end. All right. 844-844-3388. Mentioned earlier, it's getting kind of difficult to keep up. What's the current news versus something we've already shared? Volvo Trucks North America planning to lay off up to another 350 workers from a Virginia plant as part of the job cuts affecting up to 980 employees across the country. We now add the New River Valley plant in Dublin, Virginia. which were notified of the workforce reduction on Thursday of last week. Their last day at the facility will be June 27, according to the Volvo spokesperson. Heavy-duty truck orders continue to be negatively affected by various market uncertainties, freight rates, freight demand, possible regulatory changes, the impact of tariffs. In the case of New River Valley, this is unfortunately a second wave of layoffs. You may recall we announced a layoff of between 200 and 350 in February. That ended up being about 180 people due to attrition, I guess early retirements and things of that nature. So we currently expect that the total impact for New River Valley will unfortunately be about 430 to 530 people. Now, they had just recently announced they were laying off 200 to 350 at the Mack Trucks Lehigh Valley operations in Macungie, PA, and the number was 50 to 100 at the Volvo Group powertrain operations plant there in Hagerstown, Maryland. And the company employs like 7,900 total workers. It's like 3,400 at the New River Valley, 2,800 in the Lehigh Valley, 1,700 there in Hagerstown. Of course, as we mentioned earlier this week, the Sweden-based Volvo Trucks North America purchased Mack and its former parent company, Renault Vehicles Industrials, for $1.8 billion back in 2000. All right, Roki checking in here this early hump day. The likes of the Ivy League schools, they're the ones that get rich off of those student loans. Yeah, because they get their money. But right now the government's saying, hey, you borrowed the money, it's time to pay it back. Good morning, the anonymous hippopotamus.
Yeah, so what job do you get when you go to get your your degree there, and then your master's, and then that piled high and deep one there, that PhD? What do you get? Job do you get for liberal arts?
Mm-hmm.
What do you get to do? What's your job position as out in the workforce? But I don't know. 12 years of college, and what are you supposed to do? Anyways, hey, I meant to tell you there. I think I said something there over the weekend. There we had that windstorm there, that quick little cell that just kind of blew through and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they determined it was one of those derechos. It met all the qualifications there, the 250 miles,
really?
Continuous storm,
yeah,
and everything. So whatever the whole deal was there, so I know you'd mentioned them before, and I don't know if you keep track of where they've happened and that, but we actually had one come through the neighborhood there, so. Anyways, just thought I'd toss that little tidbit out to you there.
Was it still packing a punch when it rolled through your area?
Yeah, I mean, there was definite, signs of, anything that was loose in the trees was shaken out, and, we had some tree branches down and stuff. We were on the very southern side of it there, a little bit further north, right. It followed pretty much the Maryland PA line there, right on the Mason-Dixon line. So its major damage was up there, but it was a very narrow storm. I don't know exactly how wide it was, but it didn't affect a very wide swath. But I guess the qualification is in the length of it. That it has to be the 250 miles or something. That it's
in the strength,
one continuous
in the strength of the wind
in a straight line.
Yep, correct.
Yeah. And what was it like? Maintaining 40 or 50 miles an hour, and then they had wind gusts I know that were up into the 80s. So
wow.
But just a little interesting tidbit there. So So no, we aren't completely sheltered from all the bad weather that happens around the country, but I will say that the Mid-Atlantic area here is pretty calm for most everything. We're a little dry right now, so we got to watch the fires, but as far as where we're at for the hurricanes, I mean, we get a lot of the rain sometimes, but we don't get a lot of the heavy wind, and where we are, we aren't situated for anything for flooding. I mean, if we flood, that boat that they built down there in Kentucky is going to be going somewhere, and as far as storms go, usually this is kind of an oddity. Every now and then we'll have some high winds that people think have an F1 tornado possibly, and most of the time it's just high winds and not. And we aren't really prone to earthquakes and all those other nasty things. So I will say weather-wise we're pretty calm here, but just got to deal with the Democrats. I don't know. Is it worth having to deal with the Democrats? I guess we'll figure that out. So.
Right.
Anyways, I'm like Knucklebuster here. I'm not putting beer in my trailer, but we got to go fill it up. So we'll talk to you a little later.
All right. Thank you much, Horse Feathers. And that clears things out once again at 844-844-3380. I was talking about getting this college degree and then what kind of job you're going to get. Roki said, I actually know someone who got a master's from Antioch College in Yellow Springs, who ultimately spent his entire life working as a cashier at UDF, which that stands for United Dairy Farmers. That's like a convenience store chain here in our region of the country. I'm pretty much a daily visitor to United Dairy Farmers. But yeah, master's degree, cashier. All right, what? How much did he fork over to garner that master's degree? Is the big question, I suppose. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regen are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
So one story that's been dominating much of the national headlines for well over a week now. You got your big dummy in Maryland, Van Hollen, making his way down to El Salvador to try and bring back a gang member, followed by 4 other Democrat representatives from various locations around the country who also made their way down to El Salvador this week and ran into the proverbial roadblock. Nothing gained. On the opposite end of the spectrum, you've got those like Virginia's Governor Glenn Youngkin, who appeared this past day on Fox News touting his relationship with federal immigration officials to crack down on these dangerous migrant gangs. He also took a minute to take a jab at his Democrat in nearby Maryland, working, as we just mentioned, to help the dangerous gang members, while Virginia is actually rooting them out, taking them into custody and helping get them out of here. Yeah, he was on with Martha McCollum. He said Virginia has teamed up with the feds to grab up criminal gang members. Replied that his state is involved at an unprecedented collaboration between the federal government agencies and state resources to get the bad guys out. The governor said more than 200 federal officers are working with state officials to unwind some of the criminal networks operating there in the Commonwealth. So far, he said 521 violent illegals have been apprehended, of which about 132 are identified members of international terrorist gangs. Now, when Trump came in, he said he was going to secure the border. That's exactly what he has done. And these violent, illegal immigrants need to be arrested. They've been causing extraordinary chaos, and this is our chance to work together with the federal government in this way that I think is the national model to round up and arrest so many bad guys over a sustained period of time. FBI Director Kash Patel praising Youngkin's appearance, insisting that the efforts that we're seeing in Virginia show how it makes America safer. It's an interagency task force built to help Virginia's local officials better coordinate with federal agencies on immigration enforcement and fighting these transnational organized crime gangs. All right, over 500 arrests, 130 plus we know that are gang affiliated. Yeah, this should be the model for states all over the country on how to tackle organized crime and break these gangs like the MS-13. Youngkin took a minute to compare the success in Virginia to the absurdity of state officials that are coddling gang members there in neighboring Maryland. We use this extended period of unwinding these gang networks to go find the next group of these illegal, violent criminals. That is allowing us to collect more than 500 going forward. Actually got the latest official numbers. The numbers from the southern border. How about we have resulted in a 99.99% drop when it comes to the catch and release of migrants into the United States. It can't get much better than that, right? I mean, the next percentile is 100. 99.99. Well, yeah, break some of those official numbers down for you. Coming up in our final hour, which is just ahead. All right, hope your week's going well. Midweek coming on as we turn the page on the calendar, 23rd day of April, Hump Day. We'll return after this news break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Pope is lying in state at St. Peter's Basilica. We go now to John Bever reporting from the Vatican.
People that I've been speaking to have said that they just want to come and pay their condolences. I spoke to one lady who'd arrived in Rome and she arrived with nowhere to stay. She just decided that she absolutely had to be here and made sure that she was here and then was going to worry about where she was actually going to stay when she got here. That's the level of devotion that some had for Pope Francis. He was, of course, known as the People's Pope. He was a Pope who was not afraid to point out injustices in the world, whether that was poverty or climate change.
The head of the EPA says patience is running out for Mexico to fix the sewage flows across the border into San Diego.
EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin says they had good meetings with Mexican officials who presented lists of projects and faster timelines to their American counterparts. They'll try and combat the wastewater flowing into San Diego.
There's no way that we are going to stand before the people of California and ask them to have more patience and just bear with all of us as we go through the next 10 or 20 or 30 years of being stuck in 12 feet of raw sewage.
Zeldin saying the crisis should have ended a long time ago, and any projects on the Mexican side of the border need to account for population growth in Tijuana. I'm Jack Cronin.
A watchdog agency says they will not help fired government employees get their jobs back.
The Washington Post reports the Office of Special Counsel's turning away complaints from thousands of probationary employees. The agency says their cases have no legal standing. An email obtained by the Post says the OSC doesn't have the power to review or reverse those firings. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
AAA reports the national average for a gallon of gasoline right now is $3.16. Mono County, California has it up to $5.85. Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Republicans are trying again to get former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo prosecuted over testimony related to the pandemic.
Republicans tried in the fall when Democrats were in power, but no action was taken. And now Representative James Comer of Kentucky hoping for a different outcome against Cuomo. Comer, the chairman of a subcommittee, resubmitted the case to U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, which accuses Cuomo of lying to Congress over COVID-related nursing home deaths. Scott Pringle, New York.
Opening statements are set to begin tomorrow morning in Manhattan after jury selection was completed today in the Harvey Weinstein retrial.
7 women and 5 men will sit on the jury with 6 alternates in the wings. Weinstein is being retried on rape and sex assault charges after his 2020 conviction in New York was overturned. The movie mogul's retrial involves 3 alleged victims, a production assistant, an aspiring actress, and a new accuser. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
California residents can now buy generic Narcan, a medication that can quickly reverse opioid overdoses.
The reversal medication can now be purchased without a prescription for $24 online through the CalRx website. Governor Newsom says it's now affordable and accessible for all, not just the privileged few. The state has been plagued with drug overdoses largely due to fentanyl, a powerful synthetic drug up to 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times more potent than morphine. It's frequently found mixed with other illegal drugs. An amount smaller than a few grains of salt could be deadly. I'm Dina Kodiak.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, what do you say? Rolling into that final hour. Hump Day, here it is. Hope your week's going well. I am not familiar with what the current wind conditions are there in the Northeast. But this wildfire that broke out in Ocean County in New Jersey this past day, they say is a fast-moving wildfire. Over 8,500 acres have now burned in well under 24 hours. Forcing the evacuation at this point of more than 3,000 residents, according to the New Jersey Forest Fire Service. Fire started Tuesday afternoon in the Greenwood Forest Wildlife Management Area before spreading into nearby Lacey and Ocean townships. The latest update was 10% containment as of late Tuesday night. But there are evacuation orders that remain in effect for a number of neighborhoods. Elsewhere, voluntary evacuations with shelters being set up in local schools. But according to the Forest Service, there are over 1,300 structures that are currently being threatened by this blaze. The power company shutting down power to about 25,000 customers due to the fire danger. Of course, thick smoke from the fire shutting down portions of several major highways, including stretches of the Garden State Parkway, Route 9, and Route 532. At this point, no injuries reported. Cause of the fire is under investigation. But of course, fire officials warn the area is in a high fire risk zone. They have also banned drone flights over the affected region. I guess they're trying to probably get some aerial help to come in with water drops or flame retardant drops to help battle this blaze. And of course, drones in the air ground the helicopters and those aerial flights. Don't be putting drones up to get your latest video. But this is the second major forest fire in New Jersey in less than a week. Authorities do say we're going to hold a press conference. They haven't said at what hour, but a press conference Wednesday morning giving updates on containment efforts and the latest on the ongoing evacuations. Meanwhile, river flooding still ongoing following 2 rounds of heavy rain in the month of April. Of course, the most notorious was that round 1 in the first week of the month that brought up to 16 inches of rain over a 4-day span to parts of the mid-Mississippi, Tennessee, Ohio valleys. While most of the small streams and secondary rivers have receded since then, the main surge of water is still moving downstream on the lower Mississippi River, where moderate to major flooding continues. Now, the Mississippi has recently crested or will soon crest along the shores of Tennessee, Arkansas, and northern Mississippi. Now, further down into the Delta region, a crest around Baton Rouge not forecast until nearly the end of the month here. Of course, we saw some additional heavy rain drenching areas west of the Mississippi over the Easter weekend, pushing some of the secondary rivers in the southern and central plains above flood stage there. That secondary surge is going to have to cycle down the Mississippi in the coming weeks, but likely to bring lower water levels than this first major surge. Many of the downpours into the end of this week will be poorly organized due to the weaker nature of the storm systems drifting west to east. But we're seeing plenty of rain tonight, that is for sure, with some ongoing flash flood warnings in parts of Texas. But thanks to moisture streaming out of the Gulf, even non-severe thunderstorms can pack a punch. Torrential downpours over localized areas from the central and southern plains, eventually to parts of the Ohio Valley later this week, and then the eastern seaboard. Now, the cumulative rainfall day after day should be under 6 inches in the wettest spots over 3 or 4 days. There will be some breaks in the rain. Most of the rivers should be able to handle the runoff with very little impact there. Downpours through the end of this week will, though, eventually fall in some areas that are actually in need of rain over the plains. All right. In addition to some drought areas, we have seen numerous wildfires so far this year with the gusty winds and the continued dry weather. In areas where the spring green-up hasn't really taken hold yet, these downpours could help ease the wildfire conditions there. It is 844-844-3388 on a hump day. And good morning to Daryl. How we doing?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
All doing well. Thank you so much.
Has the son started back to work yet?
What are we at? The 23rd. I think he's 5 days away. At the 28th, I do believe, is his return date.
Well, I guess the young man is getting mighty anxious, isn't he?
I think he's been anxious for a long time.
I was talking on my phone yesterday to a client in my office, and she was talking about how bad things were politically and around the world, people fighting, and I said, look, I was born during World War II, and we were at war with Germany and Italy and Japan, and things looked kind of bleak for me. And before I was 10 years old, we'd already dropped 2 atom bomb and a hydrogen bomb. And to me, this seems pretty peaceful at this period of time. And all of a sudden, my phone started talking about the World War II and wanted to add to my thoughts. Scared me to death. I sat there and listened to that thing. And then it dawned on me, my phone had been listening to my conversation, and I never invited it to listen to my conversation.
Wow.
Have you had or heard of anything like that?
I cannot say that I have. No, that's weird.
Well, it's part of the Gemini A1 thing, and I didn't know it was on my phone.
Yeah, that like the
And I don't.
like one of the virtual reality assistant, like the Chat GPT or something, or
It has to be, Steve. And if it's listening to my phone, I do income taxes for people, and I do a lot of things where I have to have private conversations.
Sure.
I don't want my who is listening and who's taking down this conversation.
Yeah, good question.
Took my truck in, my F-150 into Ford, because they had a deal that they change oil and rotate all 4 tires for one price. And I went to North Carolina and came back and drove it and smelled smoke and oil on my exhaust pipe and crawled out of there, and they did not put a new ring on the oil plug. So I called yesterday, and I got the Ford dealership, and then I got another person, and finally the person I wanted to talk to was on a recorder, and no one called me back. And that's why I hate to take a vehicle to a dealership.
Wow. And
I've done business with a local.
Normally, the dealerships are supposed to be the most reputable as properly doing maintenance on your vehicle, aren't they?
Absolutely. But I've used a local service for 25 years, and I should have taken it up there to them, but they would have charged me about $30 to rotate my tires, and I needed them rotated. I picked up a little 2017 Buick Regal for a lady over the weekend from an auction house, and it looks like a nice little car, but I hope to tell you there's not enough room to put your legs down between the back seat and the front seat. They give the word coupe a bad name.
Right.
It would have to be for very small children to ride back there. 2 adults couldn't ride back there any distance because there's nowhere to put your legs.
Yeah, that's cramped.
I don't know why it's a 4-door, and I don't know why they made anything that tight. How's your work going with your yard and your pool?
Hadn't made any thoughts of the pool at this point. We still got about a month before I'll get around to that. Yeah, the dandelions are thriving.
And I've been trying to dig some up, and the ground is dry around here.
Yeah.
I got a spade, and I've been digging a few of them up, and the ground just as dry as it can be. I thought we got a flood not long ago that filled up the Ohio River.
Yeah, we did. And since then, it's been pretty darn dry, yeah.
I didn't realize it was that dry till I started digging around in the yard. Well, I'll let you go. I enjoyed hearing Knuckle Buster, and I enjoyed all the guys that have kicked in. I hadn't heard from them in a while. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you for chiming in there, Daryl. Have a great morning. Be safe as always. I did the same. I guess it was last week, maybe a week before. I went in. It was time for the oil change on the Subaru. And, as the older I get, the less likely I am to be trying to crawl underneath to drain the oil and all that. So took it up to one of the quick oil change, 30-minute or less guys. Which many years ago, I actually worked, had a full-time job at one of the quick oil change places. It's one of those that has since gone under. But I knew personally, you do not tighten down your oil filter with the oil filter wrench. So, I mean, here I am. You sit in the car while they're working on your vehicle, right? You don't have to get out and go in the lobby. You sit in your car, they'll do the oil change, and on you go. But my oil filter is like right under the hood up top. So obviously, you use the oil filter wrench to get the old filter off, right? And I watched this kid put on the new filter, get it down hand tight, and put that damn oil filter wrench on, literally with two hands, like locking this thing down. I sit thinking to myself, that whomever goes to change that next is going to play seven kinds of you-know-what trying to get that thing. I rolled the window down. I asked the manager, I said, is it your policy to use an oil filter wrench to tighten down your filters? Yes, sir, it is. I said, well, I have experience working at a facility like this, and you're not supposed to do that. I said, what about the drain plug? We use a torque wrench, he says, on the drain plug. And I'm thinking, all right, I have no idea what kind of setting they've got on the torque wrench. But maybe that would explain why the last time I had gone to this same place for an oil change on the previous vehicle, the guy couldn't get the damn drain plug out. And I'm sitting in the car and I feel the vibration. Somebody's got an air wrench trying to get the damn oil plug out. I'm thinking, well, that might explain it. You're going to use a torque wrench trying to tighten down the drain plug. I'm thinking I might need to find an alternative oil change facility. And I'll just let you know it was Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Ever heard of such a thing? We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, came across a blurb from one of our storm chaser groups that are already given a heads up. Here we are, April 23rd, rolling into the 23rd. Yeah, models are coming together Monday, April the 28th. A possible large-scale severe weather event across, again, the central USA. He says, heads up. Oklahoma City, Wichita, Kansas City, Omaha, Sioux Falls, Sioux City, and Des Moines. Confidence is increasing in severe weather, including an all hazards risk. Damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes materializing across the central U.S. in a broad corridor come next Monday. Now, we're still a good 6 days away. But the Storm Prediction Center has taken the unusual step of outlining a 7-day or day 7 risk zone. Now, that is a formal outlook of a long-range threat. While many of our Great Plains Everweather setups so far have been what they call mesoscale or more localized, this looks to be what they refer to as synoptic, a synoptic or a more widespread event. All right, here's what we know. Low pressure's going to pass over the northern plains, drawing warm, humid air northwards. Yeah, the large, warm sector means a lot of real estate will be juiced up. Plenty of moisture in the atmosphere. Then the low is going to drag a cold front east into the moisture-rich air mass, triggering storms. The low is going to kink the jet stream southwards, meaning that dipping jet is going to be swinging overhead. That means changing winds based on elevation that helps to sculpt storms into those rotating supercells. So he says, for now, you don't have to do anything. Just be aware that next Monday could feature some disruptive, impactful storms. I mean, we are rolling up on the month of May. This is the peak month for tornadic activity annually anyway, but it's not a bad idea. Clean out the storm cellars and discuss your severe weather plans with your family. So another event maybe centered right on the central portions of the country. Let me see. Gouger, did you ride out the storm?
Well, Steve, I found me a place to hide out, and I pulled over and just went to bed and slept a couple hours. And I got woke up once or twice. It was rocking the truck so hard it wasn't even funny. So I just went to bed, tried to sleep it, pull the cover over my head and hope everything for the best. But man, there's water everywhere up here. But, you were talking about Southwest Airlines and, changing the way they do business.
Yeah.
And, one of their claim to fame was hedging out the fuel market,
Yep.
they played the derivative market and bought blocks of the derivatives and bought them cheap. And when everybody was having to pay the high price of fuel, they were cruising along there paying like $1.50 or $2, a gallon cheaper than what other people were on the things. And I reckon when the man that owned it passed away, he passed the reins out. Here come the second generation in that ruined it. And I tell you, I don't have nothing good to say about the Southwest. I'll never fly on them again after the fiasco last summer with me and Debbie with them. And we flew all over the United States, was on an airplane airplane at the airport for 24 hours trying to get home. But that was it for me in Southwest. So I can see where they're losing market share and people mad at them and everything else. But that's a done deal there.
Mm-hmm.
But Steve, we just want to call in and tell everybody that if you're coming out here to North Texas on 287, there's a lot of water laying around out here, a lot of water, and everything. So we made it, and we'll be back on the air tonight with you and going back. So
all right,
we'll talk to you later, man.
Safe travels, and I don't know if you were up yet or not, but some of those storms there in south central Texas in the past hour or so have had softball-size hail. I think we're going to wake up to a lot of busted windshields on vehicles and more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Pope is lying in state at St. Peter's Basilica. We go now to John Bever reporting from the Vatican.
People that I've been speaking to have said that they just want to come and pay their condolences. The level of devotion that some had for Pope Francis. He was, of course, known as the People's Pope. He was a Pope who was not afraid to point out injustices in the world, whether that was poverty or climate change.
A watchdog agency says they will not help fired government employees get their jobs back.
The Washington Post reports the Office of Special Counsels turning away complaints from thousands of probationary employees. The agency says their cases have no legal standing. An email obtained by the Post says the OSC doesn't have the power to review or reverse those firings. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
AAA reports the national average for a gallon of gasoline right now is $3.16. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, speaking of the month of May, it's almost here, and you know what that means. Kyle Larson. Yeah, the race car, that guy, yeah. He says, I've been to the Masters. I've been to many big events, but nothing comes close to the Indy 500. Yeah, of course, you'll be there. Try to do the double duty again this year, right? Yeah, I mentioned the southern border crackdown. The latest numbers just came out this past day. The White House touted reporting from the Washington Times' Stephen Dinan, which reveals only 20 migrants were apprehended by Border Patrol and subsequently released from custody in the entire month of February. Meanwhile, in December of 2023, the Biden administration saw close to 200,000 migrants apprehended, then released into the interior of the country. You cannot get much better than that. Thanks to President Trump, operational control of the border is really becoming a reality, according to White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt. Illegal aliens are finally getting the blunt message. If you cross the border illegally, you will be swiftly deported and never return to the United States of America. According to Diamond's reporting, Trump's America First agenda has drastically cut the chances of catch and release, as they call it, from 778 per 1,000 border crossers in December of 2023 to just 2 per 1,000 in February. Aside from controlling the southern border, Trump is maximizing immigration and customs detention space. Today, detention of illegal aliens is at its maximum capacity, with almost 48,000 illegals in ICE custody. The administration is looking to hugely increase detention space. Their latest effort is to reopen a facility in Newark, New Jersey, which would add 1,000 more beds for ICE agents to use to hold criminal illegal aliens. Well, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I seen today where that they have a whole striker battalion down there on the border, and the Mexican military is also mirroring the activity on the other side of the border there. So I think they're pretty well getting everything in place. And that makes it even more interesting as to why these politicians and judges are looking out for gangs. I thought everybody was aware that when you got a gang leader in the United States, he was coordinating contraband movement with where, you know, like with across the southern border with his counterparts down there. I don't know what they don't get about this and why they would be looking out for a gang member.
Right.
It is frustrating to say the least, but I'm kind of shooting from the hip here and to put a quarter in the Wayback Machine. Do you remember back before the Rodney King riots that they literally had a peace conference out in Los Angeles when, I was going to tell you, as a police chief at the time, Daryl Gates, he was known for basically kind of pitting gangs one against the other, you know, dropping a dime on this guy or that guy, and they were having drive-by shootings and all this. And they literally had to have a peace conference out there. And I remember him saying at the time that the MS-13 was the most vicious gang that we had in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So all of this history is going on, and it just totally escapes me that these judges and politicians, do they not look at any history? Do they not read anything? Are they totally aware of this? And this particular gang member that everybody seems so enthralled about, that he had some sort of a protective order because he was afraid a rival gang would do away with him. Well, my big question was, if he was going to that Supermax prison in El Salvador, was he going to be segregated from the rest of the population? Or if they have that many gang members there, they have to have some sort of a gang control mechanism in that prison.
Mm-hmm.
And here in the United States, that's really a big problem they have in our prisons. You know, they get different gang members in there, and of course, the chief of the gangs, they might do anything, but they can pretty well get some, you know, peon, so to speak, to carry out, you know, if they want to shiv somebody or something of that nature. So that if they're living in that gang world, it's a very violent world in the first place. So I don't understand why we're wanting to keep such a person like that in the area, because in the United States, because when they move into an area, they usually pretty well take that area over. They put a tax on anybody wanting to do business there. They pretty well make sure that they control key points in that neighborhood so they can watch what's going on, and they pay watchers and the whole thing. And people involved in the judicial system, if they don't know all that is going on, perhaps they need to have some more training or something of this nature. And that was the only thing. I can't believe that the Democrats are piling on to this and making trips down to El Salvador or something to get this guy back into this country. So what is the Democrats, what are they thinking? What could be the upside for them? Because most of the people that live in neighborhoods that get gang infested, they either move out or kind of live in fear. And I know one guy that he's got about 80-some years old, and he said, they're not going to run me out of here. Well, he was living in a house with bars on everything, inside and out, and I don't think the house would have caught on fire that the fire department could even gotten to him. It's like, I'm sorry, but just to say they're not going to run you out of there, they really didn't care, because he pretty much locked himself away from the world, so he wasn't bothering them, and they didn't have to worry about, a strange car coming in the neighborhood or any of that nature, so or anything of that nature. So I was just thinking about all that went on back there with the Los Angeles, and then they had the Rodney King riots and the Watts and all that stuff. So that was back in the 90s, I believe. I forget exactly when it was, but like I say, I'm going to shoot from the hip here. I can look it up, but they literally had to have a peace conference among the gangs out in L.A., So that's the type of people that they're wanting to bring back. If you have to hold a peace conference like the days of the old Indian wars. So that's really all I had there, Steve.
Very good, Vic. Hey, good to hear from you. Yeah, everybody, rational people, commonsensical people, all asking the same question. But for whatever reason, it appears the Democrats have put all their eggs in one basket. This Garcia guy. I mean, doubling down, one after another, making it the top story of the day, when most sensible people say, look at the facts. Not one, but two separate judges certified he was a gang member. His own wife placing the order against him, stay away, the restraining order. You can't just erase those facts and try to say, well, he's a great, upstanding, never done anything wrong kind of guy. But that's where we are today. Well, there he is, the loneliest hour. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Oh, thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Sommers. Yeah, they're back there banging around, getting them printers off there so I can go get a load of beer there. Aluminum drain pans are fragile, and I guess you got if they put it on with an impact wrench there. But the recommended torque pressure, Steve, 20 to 25 foot-pounds. 25 foot-pounds is hand tight, so that's overkill.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, like I said, I've had occasions in the past where, you ever had a filter when you even with your filter wrench, you can't break it literally would almost twist the filter apart. I think that's what they're going to be facing when they go to try to get that thing off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You just put it on hand tight, and it'll get tightened up itself there with that heat.
Yep.
I talked about that camera they put in here and talking about bad mechanic, and they put a metal strap hanging off of the ceiling down so it would be out of the way of the thing that hits you up there that does a lane departure warning there. They stuck it on there with Velcro, Steve. Every time you hit a big bump, it falls off. Well, after the third time of it falling off and me having to stop and put it back up there, I got my duct tape out. It ain't come off no more, so.
All right.
Monkey gougers from Sumter, South Carolina, right?
Yeah, somewhere South Carolina. That sounds right.
Yeah. Well, I got a double first cousin that's a preacher over there at First Baptist Church there in Sumter. So, he needs to go see Monkey Gouger and straighten him out there, right? And all I can say is April showers will bring May flowers, Steve. So that's what all this stuff is about. I get a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, and all the other Uncle Sam's misguided children, jarheads, and leathernecks out there. And any of you kids out there thinking about joining the military, join the Marine Corps, because they got the best looking uniform of all of them there. Buy you some Stabile products, some Hot Shot Secret products, Steve Sommers Overnight Drive product, and y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. And you can do it more tomorrow night because we're almost up to quitting time there, Steve. So have a great, blessed day, brother, and enjoyed listening to you and talking to you tonight there, and we'll do it again tomorrow.
All right, yes. Semper Fi. Yeah, speaking of Truck and Phil's on a vacation week here. I think he doesn't come back with us till next Monday, 28th.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You ever feel like you've been lied to? No. The Democrat Party, they've been touting this whole Donald Trump's going to cut Medicaid, he's going to cut Medicare, he's going to cut your Social Security. What are the old people going to do? You should be scared to death. You even had, Al Green. Yeah, the ding-dong there from Texas disrupting Trump's speech here during the joint session of Congress. Yeah, no mandate to cut Medicaid, which she was ultimately censured for. And I guess as they continue to hear some of these rumors and rumblings, or the question may have been asked, President Trump last Friday reiterated there will be no cuts to Medicare and Medicaid programs. This was during apparently the swearing-in ceremony of Dr. Mehmet Oz as the new administrator for the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services. As CMS administrator, Dr. Oz will work tirelessly to strengthen and protect Medicare for our nation's seniors and Medicaid for the needy. Just as I promised, there will be no cuts. We're not going to have any cuts. We're going to have only help. He repeatedly assured lawmakers and the American people he will not touch Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security programs. But the Democrats have continued to criticize the president's endorsement of the Republican House budget, which called for cuts to Medicaid. Trump said on multiple occasions, any cuts that happen will only be to slash fraud and waste. Dr. Oz kind of outlined examples of waste in the federal programs. We're spending about $1 billion on Medicaid programs for what they call dual state eligible patients, which means you live in one state, but the system thinks you're in another state or maybe a third state, and we're paying all three states for services you're not getting because you don't live in all three states at once. He also pointed out that states are using Medicaid funds for non-medical purposes, including child care for public labor unions, federal diversity programs. Senator Josh Hawley earlier this month was reassured by the president that he would not approve any cuts to benefits. Tonight, I spoke for a good bit with President Trump about Medicaid. He told me the House will not cut Medicaid benefits, and the Senate will not cut Medicaid benefits. And he will not sign any benefit cuts. I hope congressional leadership will get the message. Going forward, Trump said Oz is going to make sure that seniors are protected from fraud. He's going to work to ensure the quality of care for decades to come. He will ensure that criminals, fraudsters, illegal aliens are not permitted to rob seniors. They're trying to, but they're not going to get away with it. Meanwhile, Oz says he's already working to catch the fraud in real time, and he's prepared to advance and improve the programs and reinvest in health care for Americans who actually need it the most. Did you get the message? Morning, Gilligan.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I thank you for taking my call. Leave it up to the Democrats when you're trying to cut out the fraud, cut out the spending, and they're screaming you're going to starve Grandma and take away her Medicare.
Right.
I mean, it's the same old tactics. It's, look at when they was talking about all these people in Social Security that obviously are no longer alive. Oh, you're cutting Social Security to the elderly. Yeah, you're cutting off people that are no longer living. How are they drawing the Social Security check? It's the same old tactics. It's like this deal with these illegal aliens that were shipped back down to El Salvador. It's like, why are you protecting MS-13 gang members? Vic is right on. The MS-13 is one of the most vicious gangs there is. We had a small group of them in Winchester several years ago, and it got really bad there at some point. I went to Roanoke, spent the night, Sunday night, went on down to Rocky Mountain, picked up a car trailer. I'll tell you what, I was a little concerned there for a little bit. I stopped for gas there in the Roanoke, Virginia, there in downtown. Well, once I had somebody come up to me that was obviously on drugs and bumming money and all that, I'm glad that I carry. I had a 9mm handy. People pick on me about carrying a 9, but the thing is, I keep a cheaper weapon in my vehicles, and I've got a couple cheap 9mm. So, yeah. Well, Jim from one of my friends has requested that I tell a story. He says that he's a regular listener, and he's been driving truck since the 80s. He's one of the old timers, a lot longer at this than I am. But, he said he'd like to hear some of the old time trucking stories. Now, Jim, you need to call in here and get your $60 code. You're a good man. I've met him, talked to him numerous times. Back in 1985, when I graduated high school, yes, Steve, I'm about, I think 2 or 3 years younger than you are. Yeah, I think 3 years between us. My dad was driving for a little rinky-dink company called Larson Trucking. They're out of Winchester. Now, here it is, 1985. He's driving a 72 cab over white. And those that remember the old whites, yeah, that thing was junk when they drove it off the lot, let alone 13 years later. He gave me one piece of advice. He told me, he says, Chris, I don't care what you do as long as you don't become a truck driver. So I held out for 14 years, and in 1999, 14 years almost 14 years after I graduated, I went to truck driving school and become a truck driver. Well, one other bit of news. We had a meeting over the weekend at GMA and BS Enterprises. It was a unanimous vote. We have voted for vote of confidence for Scarecrow. He's fully on board with the group. Now, Right Wingnut and Charlie got the hit in the cough syrup. Now, a bunch of the shareholders showed up. We had Country Bumpkin there and Bolt set in for the board meeting. So we had a full board. We just had the substitute too. I mean, brain dead, dingbats. Oh my, Captain Ron.
The whole kit
I
and
didn't know
caboodle.
we had that many people.
So officially, Scarecrow has the full endorsement. All right. Hey, thank you much, Gilligan. We gotta roll. Clock says go time. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but